Alright. Garrison hates that voice. I don't do Sparrison as much anymore. Just because the exigency, it doesn't occur very often anymore. Not because she hates it, 'cause once I find out that she hates that voice, I do it all the time. Wait till I start using it during sex. All right, boys, just doing a little bit of quick pre-pro right before the stream. We will commence in just a second. All right, I think we've done all the things. You guys ready? Three, two, one. Fun, fun, fun. How do, ladies and jerks? It is I, your boy, 6 2/3, back here again for another iteration of Outside the Lens, Sega Genesis Edition. That's right, we've come back to my favorite retro gaming console, which would be the Mega Drive for you Brits that may or may not be lurking. Sega Genesis, hands down, I was a Sega boy growing up. And so whenever we get to do a Sega Genesis OTL, I am beside myself in ecstatic joy, you know, as evidenced by this face right now. You can tell. You can tell. This is what ecstasy looks like. It's not Shy Guy ecstasy, but what can be, you know, what can be. For those uninitiated, for those unaware, Outside the Lens is box art, magazine ads, market prices, commercials, short play, and a hazy review at the end. That's what we do. That's the entire format. That's the show. That's what we will be doing and talking about for the next 6.7 hours. As is tradition here on OTL, we spend generally about 89 minutes talking about the game and only about 4.5 minutes playing the actual game. Because some of the games that I play, you know, I haven't played since my formative years. And there's a very good reason for why I haven't played them since my formative years. I'm not your typical streamer in the sense that I will continue to gut through a shitty game. I will not. If it sucks, I'm getting out of there. So that's my gift to you this Saturday morning. So with that said, boys, oh God, I keep hitting my knee. God, I've literally hit my knee in every single one of my streams for the last 4 streams. So that said, boys, we got to go to our first means of business, and that would be box art. Here we go. Let's do it. It's right here. That's right, box art. First on the dais, Mercs. We got Mercs. We got some Mercs. We got any Mercs in chat? I know there's probably potentially one Merc in chat. Like, she's a mercenary for hospitals. She's for hire to the largest bidder. If anybody's got the monies. So that's it. Box art. Bada bing. Now, when we take a look at box art here on Outside the Lens, we usually review it. It is a very loose, generous definition review. And the criteria is, are there any verbs on this box art? Looking at this box art, do we see any action? And that goes back to being an 8-year-old cretin, trolling the aisles of Video Library, deciding what I was gonna rent for the weekend. And usually if there was action on the front of the box, that would ensnare me. That would draw me in. I would take a deeper look and probably rent it. And so we just continue that legacy 67 years in the future. Carrison, there it is. Redeeming your peppercorns. Have y'all tried peppercorns? Carrison, you're gonna have to start giving some of them back. You have too many now. Well, I meant to say there she is, but my voice is a little cracked out. It's a little fucked out, so my throat is struggling this morning. Carrison, lol, did you forget you can change the desk and or chair height? No, I lowered the chair this morning because I usually bring it up higher when I'm working, but I lowered it this morning. I just have freakishly long legs. And so every time I move, if I'm too close, we're just gonna bang it out, you know? Like, Carrison, well, I can be he this stream to appeal to certain audiences. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Like, look, it's all pink in the middle. He or she, it's all pink in the middle, you know? So, the second criteria for box art is looking at this box art, does it encapsulate what the gameplay experience will be like? Looking at this box art, do you get a good idea of what genre you're getting into? I feel like, you know, in my world, my hazy view of marketing and advertising and getting people to check out your game, your box art should give you some sort of bare bones gist of what you're getting into. And so that's what I judge box art on. Carrison, it's just donuts and or bananas. God, Carrison sent me, here, I'll show it. I'll show it on stream. No, you didn't vault it. You didn't vault it. So I can show it. I'm just gonna show the one thing. Kirsten sent me that this morning. I was like, God damn, girl. Get thee to a nunnery, you know? Kirsten, I have no shame in this. You shouldn't. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Like, look, it's good to have an active sex life and or good to be sexually attracted to your partner. There's nothing shameful about that. Look, especially with sex, it's like, if it didn't happen, none of us would be here. So, you know? And some of us who may or may not had a father that was in the closet, I'm kind of lucky. Like, I beat the odds. Because not only was I the strong swimmer, but I came out of a closeted gay man. So I really beat the odds, you know? If Georgia religious tradition had not forced him to do what he had done with my mother, I wouldn't be here. And some might say that would have been a blessing. Moving on. So looking at this box art, do we see any action? Okay, right off the bat, yes, yes, and yes. We see a bunch of action. There is nothing but action. We got the blue soldier right here in the front. Like, he is gunning down his carbine, his rifle. It is a combusting. It's not a flashlight. It could be a flashlight. This could be a Doom 3 mod. He could have duct taped a flashlight to the end of his barrel, but he's got a flash coming out of the end of his barrel. That means that's action. You got bullets coming out of the chamber, spent shell casings. They're flying out of the gun. You got a bad guy behind him getting gunned down by who the hell knows what, but he's being shot. He's also holding a knife, like he's going to stab the protagonist, but he never made it. We got enemies in the background. They are also firing guns. We got tanks that are firing guns. We got helicopters that are firing lasers. They're not, I don't think they're lasers, but they look like lasers. Like they're dropping, there's all sorts of explosions. There's missiles being rocketed out of the new Qatar Air Force jet that we got from Saudi Arabia. Big to do over here. We're not happy about that. Some people aren't happy about that. But yes, the question is answered by looking at this box art. There is a lot of action. Loads. Absolute loads. Kerosene, butts, and flashlights. Sorry, flashlights. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. So much action so early. I know, I agree. I tried to tell Kerosene this morning, I was just like, I could do a quickie right before we go on stream if you want, you know? Just do the mattress mambo, 3-pump chump, get the poison out. But she was like, no, I'd like us to take our time. And I agree. I'd prefer to take our time than, I would prefer to have 38 seconds instead of 31 seconds, you know? And so I agree. Hey, what's going on, AJ? 7 3/4, that's me. Do the math. It's funny because back when I used to write for a website, I've written for a couple of websites, but like back when I used to write for a website, I used to do reviews. And at the end of the review, everybody had to have a tagline. Everybody had to have an outro line at the end of their written piece. And I stole mine from an Atari Jaguar promotional material. And because my name then was 6 2/3. The wildly imaginative, been using the same name for 25 years. So, but my tagline at the end of my review would be, do the math. Which, if anybody knows me and knows how shitty I am at math, it's doubly hilarious. So, I'm a words guy, I'm a letters guy, I'm not a numbers guy, you know? AJ, that jet has big, hairier energy, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I thank you for reminding me. I need to shave my genitals today. I myself have big, hairier energy right now. Not really a lot, but just, you know, just enough to start a small bonfire. That's all. If you rub it together. If you rub the pubes together. My pubes with other Kerosene's pubes. I was gonna say other people's pubes, but I was like, that's not gonna come out the way I want it to. So I was like, let's use the name. Let's use the name. Kerosene 6 is only 25 years old, but cosplays as a 63-year-old. I think it's more like the other way around. I'm 63 years old and I cosplay as a 25-year-old chud. So to answer the first criteria, yes, a lot of action. Second criteria, like looking at this box art, does it encapsulate what the gameplay experience will be like? Well, shit, yeah, it does. It definitely does. You are going to be Bimmy and Jimmy here, the U.S. Commando. And you are going to be shooting down enemies, and there are going to be enemies that are coming at you with flamethrowers and bullets and helicopters and fighter jets and tanks. It's gonna be a wild time. So yes, I think it encapsulates what the gameplay experience is going to be like very, very succinctly. You know? So, like, I think this box art is great. I have no qualms. I think this box art is doing everything that it is supposed to do. I mean, it is standard fare, you know, it's not stretching, you know, the parameters. It's not elongating the line. It's not bending the envelope. It is standard fare, but it's doing everything it should do as according to the genre. You know, it's an adequate representation of action and what to expect. And I think that's efficacious. It's more than fine. More than fine, you know, like... AJ to Kerosene, I'm 45 years old, but I cosplay as someone with the humor of a 5-year-old, so there's that. I'm with you, brother. I'm just a giant boy. Kerosene always says, you know, she's like, you are such a boy. Because literally I go to people's streams and, you know, they have the exclamation fart command and it's just a random fart. I laugh every single time. Every single time. Like, I have laughed. Me and Karis have been hanging out in people's streams and somebody does a fart command and I just break out with laughter. AJ, you are going to have Contra at home. That's what I figured. I've never played Mercs. I'm unfamiliar with it. But it looks like a top-down, ground-based shmup. So not really a shmup, but a bullet hell. It's similar. You get the idea. While we're here, I'm like, hey, what's going on, Jossum? Sega. That's right. I'm like, while we're here, let's go ahead and take a look at the Master System box art. And it is exactly the same as the Sega Genesis Mega Drive box art, just zoomed in. That's it. That's the only real difference you see here. But to be honest, for me, I actually prefer the zoomed in perspective. Like I like this one better than the Sega Genesis one. You lose some of the action, but buff, main, pro tag should be front and center. I mean, you know, so I think it works. No notes, no qualms. While we're talking about different box arts, let's go ahead and take a look at the Amiga. The Amiga box art. Chat, what jumps out at you right away? Anything that jumps out at you? Besides the unknown Asian descent man casting spells with a handkerchief? I mean, that definitely struck my eye right away. But for me, like, it's the head of our main protagonist here. That is a 12-pound log of American ground meat right there, that head, you know? Like, that man's head could not be more of a jar if you surgically implanted a lid into his scalp line, okay? So, I think it's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. The Amiga box art, I think this fucks too. I have no qualms, no notes. Really, I think they're batting 1,000 with all the different box arts, you know? Like, oh, and Karrison said, I like the guy trying to carefully clean the front of the boat. I hadn't thought about that. That was a good joke. That was a good punchline. I should really confer with you before, you know, I'm doing these box arts just so I can steal your jokes. Karrison, I'm just trying to work,
well,
damn it.
I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
No, Frederick. We got Freddy Rutabagas throwing us a sub. Well, thank you for the sub, Frederick. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you very much. Freddy Rutabagas, that's right. Shout him out. Shout him out. By all means. Like, yeah, if you guys want to come on down to the Discord and see any of this, the action in action, or if you want to just give me money directly like Freddy did by subbing to the channel, you can give me donos directly and help me with the quesadilla food truck dream. Twitch doesn't take money out of that. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Like, how we doing today, Frederick? Just here for my peppercorn. Got a wedding to get ready for. Oh, hell yeah, Freddy. You're going to a wedding? I love weddings. I really actually do love weddings. Everybody talks bad about weddings and they're just like, wow, weddings, I gotta go to a wedding. But like, I love weddings. Like, I always have like a good time at a wedding, you know? Hey, what's going on, Bingo? Damn it, I was going to spread anti-Freddy propaganda before he got in. You still can. You still can. Like, Bingo getting married again, Fred? Didn't peg you as a polygamist. Get him, Bingo. Get him. A pegger? Yes. A polygamist? No. I love the fact that we all collectively dogpile on Fred because he's such a sweet, genuine human being. That's what makes it so much more fun to just rib the fuck out of him. Karrison, you got there before I could. Karrison to Dingo, be careful with their bookshelves. I was gonna make a bookshelf joke. Harkening back to Freddy going to another wedding, and he got dismayed over the fact that the bookshelf was 2 centimeters taller than him, and so he literally destroyed it on the spot in front of all the guests and patrons. And Mrs. Dingo tried to calm him down, but she couldn't get him. She couldn't get him to calm down, you know? Like, Freddy, I would never marry multiple partners, which is big of me. One is enough. I don't know how polygamists do it, to be honest with you. Like, one is more than enough. Like, between myself and Karrison, I do not have the social energy to invest and deposit into another human being. I just don't. I do not. I'm not interested either, you know. Freddie, sorry, bigamy. Bigamy. Frederick, already, Freddie. Already, Freddie. You can see yourself out. We're not even 20 minutes in. That was good though, bigamy. Bingo, depositing into another human being, you say? Wow. Depositing into another human being. Exactly. That was a very good door. Like, that definitely would have won Frederick a door point, without a doubt. Like, I mean, technically it did, you know. AJ, I like all consoles. I don't believe in the console war. I'm a polygamist. Oh, AJ, you're getting one too. Not only was that a pun that made me derail for a second, but topical. Look, guys, I love having quality chatters. You guys are fantastic chatters. Like, while we're here looking at box arts, let's go ahead and take a look at a promotional poster, promotional advertisement, a magazine advertisement. Now, technically, Mercs is a sequel to the arcade hit Commando. So this is a peripheral promo. This is not a promo for the game that we are going to play, but I'm throwing it in there. You don't get a choice in this. So Commando is the original prequel to Mercs. And so we threw this in there. Just to highlight Data East. I love Data East. Although I have played Commando. I haven't played Mercs. And I have played Karate Champ, and I have played Kung Fu Master. These games in the arcade, outside of Commando's good. But Kung Fu Master and Karate Champ, god damn, they're awful games. Awful games. Not great. And I love Data East. Like, as a company, love them. Absolutely love them. A lot of memories of Data East games, but Karate Champ and Kung Fu Master, not chief among the list, you know? And then our final promotional advertising here is a Japanese promo for Mercs for the Mega Drive. And look, I think this promotional advertisement, this magazine ad, I think this is tremendous as well. Shooting and exploding the utter piss shit out of everything. Okay? That's all you need. The way it should be. No notes. None. I have no criticisms for any of these promotional advertisements or box arts. I think they did exactly what they were supposed to do. I think it slaps. Bingo, wait, is Karate Champ the one where you fight a guy on a mountain over and over and over? If yes, that was my first game. You are correct, Bingo. They are on a mountain ledge, and you are doing a weird, it's a 1v1 fighting game, where like you're throwing out kicks and punches and you're just hoping to God that the collision is on your side. So you are correct. Karate Champ. I hated that game too, brother. Like, it's interesting that was your first game. Like, your first game ever? Like, that's an interesting way to jump into the video game world. Although, if I'm guessing you played it as a young child and not like a 31-year-old man. Like, if you play it as a young child, it's not bad, you know? It's feasible. Like, Carrison, not enough boat cleaning for me. You're killing it, sweetheart. You're killing it. Well, speaking of killing it, boys, I have to turn into an apex predator. Do not be alarmed. All right, we're back. It's time to talk about some miscellaneous trivia. We got some miscellaneous trivia for you. Like, for those that are not aware, Mercs is a top-down vertical bullet hell, a ground-based shmup. I don't actually know what the difference between a shmup and a bullet hell is. I know certain shmups can be bullet hells, like Ikaruga. That is definitely a bullet hell. but I don't know if they're synonymous and interchangeable genres, but that's what it is. You just looking at this GIF, you get a good idea on what we're getting into, you know? Mercs is a top-down vertical shooter. Armor! How we doing, Armor? Have you all tried peppercorns? Armor needs all 38 of his. He's gonna have a very spicy Cobb salad. Armor likes Cobb salad. We got a placeholder gift. We need a placeholder gift here. AJ, bullet hells are a subgenre of shmups that fill the screen with shots you have to weave through. There you go. There you go. So it's an interwoven phylum. Makes sense. Makes sense. Now within Mercs for the Sega Genesis, or actually this is actually more for the arcade version, but that's fine. The final boss mission in Mercs lets you try again after failing once for free. Stating, exactly, final mission failed, no bonus, attack again, which is kind of unconventional in a bullet hell, you know? Like usually a shoot 'em up or a bullet hell, you get to the boss, you die, that's on you, boo. That's on you. Sucks to suck. But in Mercs, they're throwing you a bone. Throwing you a bone. Now, Armor, top of the morning, how was breakfast? Breakfast was pretty good. I ate 3 bagel slices and 1 apple, quartered in fourths. And I had myself a delicious house coffee with, I don't know, probably about 15% of it being creamer. Just creamer, no sugar. I don't put sugar in my coffee. Don't need it. The creamer is sweet enough. Carrison quote house coffee. Well, I couldn't think of the flavor, the brand. I couldn't think of it's medium roast. Medium roast. Bingo, bullet hells have you weaving. I had honey in my coffee as an experiment today. How did it go? How did it go? I don't think I've ever had honey in my coffee. I fuck with honey though. Like I think honey is great. I'm not totally sure whether all the homeopathic attributes of honey, people have told me before, they're like, oh, it's a good anti-inflammatory, you know? And like, I don't know, every time I've had honey, I've never noticed my body feeling any different or better. I'm not disputing it, but you know, just me personally. Like, Armor, honey, and black coffee is pretty good. I'd fuck with it. I would fuck with it. All right, hold on, chat, I'll come right back. Like, in the arcade version of this game, Mercs, there is a arcade piracy message. And I just find the actual phrasing to be wildly hilarious. If you are playing this video game outside of the country of Japan, you are involved in a crime. And then the versions that are not Japan, if you are playing this video game in the country of Japan, you are involved in a crime. I love the phrasing. You are involved in a crime. Exactly. Jocelyn gets it. You're involved, not committing. You are involved in a crime. That's right, Japan. Japan. We got any Japan fans out here? Makes for a weird shaped pancake. Like a J? I'd eat a J-shaped pancake though. I would. Carrison, medium roast is also what I do to 4 to 6 minutes before it goes live. It's true. It's true. You're on fire, hot stuff. Like, the arcade earnings explained. I'll get right back to chat, guys. This is a mini little tangent. I had to do some actual outside research for this one. Upon its North American debut at Chicago's American Coin Machine Exposition, Acme, in March 1990, Mercs was declared, quote, the hit of the show by Replay Magazine and several major distributors. Upon release, the game was a hit in the United States, where weekly coin drop earnings averaged $193.25 per arcade unit during November and December of 1990. So it was the arcade version was something of a runaway hit. Because like during that time period, or at least here in the States, during that time period, if you have a stand-up cabinet that is making, give or take, $200 a week, like that's a good amount of money. Because 193, whoops, let me get rid of this. $193 in November 1990 money is $463 over here in the States. like in 2025. So if you have an arcade cabinet machine that's making $463 a week, that's decent, because during that time in 1990, arcade cabinets usually cost between $2,000 to $4,000. And for those that are not in the know, if you were an arcade, the establishment, if you were running an arcade, if you owned the coin ops, if you were trying to make money by running an arcade, usually what happens with arcade owners is they will buy the cabinets basically on credit. And they'll put the $4,000 on credit and hope that putting that arcade machine in their arcade will make them their money back. So let's say you spent $3,000 on a coin-op arcade machine and you're making $463 a week and you're getting that money back. You're hoping that the profit will deliver. It will return. It's an ROI, return on investment. And so $463 a week on a $2,000-$3,000 arcade unit, basically you're making your money back within a month. And then hopefully the game continues to be popular, continues to make you more money after that. And then you hold on to it for 6 months or a year or whatever the case may be until it stops making you money. And then you sell it and get another one. You just complete the process. And obviously, as time wore on in the late 90s to 2000s, where over here stateside, arcades were no longer seen as profitable, you can see how that recipe and formula it won't work anymore, And then also the arcade stand-up units became much more diverse and much more intricate and elaborate, and because of that, they cost a lot more fucking money. But the problem is everybody stopped going to arcades because everybody has consoles at home and everybody has Steam, and so it's just like, people stopped going to arcades, which I miss. I distinctly miss going to a skating rink where the carpet looks like if you fell down, you would immediately get staph all over your body. I miss being able to play a 1v1 fighting game with buttons and a control stick that had recently just had grape soda spilled all over it, Sticky. I miss those days. I do miss them. All right, boys, let me catch up on chat. You guys were talking. AJ to Carrison, judging by his complexion, clearly not a dark roast. No, my days of being suntanned are probably over. When I was running the business and working outside, I ran a pool business, I worked outside. I had a very, very commensurate tan. I also had very, very commensurate tan lines. I had a farmer's tan all over me. So, I was pretty dark. I was pretty tan. But those days, I'm gonna be a white pale boy like the rest of you. Never see the sun ever again. Hey, what's going on, Tempest? Have y'all tried peppercorns? Tempest is getting in there. Good morning, Tempest. Armor, I was born in 1990. I didn't actually have much of an arcade experience, if any. That sucks, Armor. That sucks, brother. I was not born too shortly before you. But my entire childhood was essentially arcades, arcades and video game rental stores. That was my entire childhood. And every now and then, if we had a neighbor whose dad would put a naked pinup girl in his garage, that was basically it. Hell yeah, we got some chat participation. You guys are talking about your
fresh meat.
Whoa, no! How we doing, Techie Rob? We're getting a raid by Techie Rob. We love to see it. Can we get Carrison's right on top of it. That's right. We love to see Techie Rob here. Techie Rob was playing some Salamander this morning. Techie Rob plays shoot 'em ups every Saturday morning, and it is a delight. An absolute delight. Only rivaled by Rob himself being an absolute delight. You like this puffery? Robert? You like how I have inserted the bike pump directly into your anus and we are inflating you? Rob deserves it. Anybody who is not following Rob in the chat, go ahead and give him a follow now. He's worthwhile. And while you're giving Rob a follow, any of Rob's new people that I'm leeching off of him, go ahead and give me a follow. This is Outside the Lens, and for those who do not know, now I have double audio. Is that me? Are we doubling? Are we doubling? For those that do not know, I forgot to do it. Shit. For those who do not know, this is what Outside the Lens is. This is the format. I do it once a week. It's a series. Oh, bingo. No, because I was also in the raid. Okay, thank you, bingo. I was just like, oh God, no. It's like, God, every time I get a commensurate, sizable raid, you know, I'm always worried about my audio. And so, Techie Rob, thank you for the sweet, kind words. Not a problem, Rob. It's very easy with you, brother. I don't even have to reach too far into the bag, you know? And so, while we were just talking about arcades, Bingo said something about arcades. Let me circle back to chat. Bingo, if I remember correctly, the games in the store next to my parents' store had Pac-Man, Comba Tribes. What the hell is Comba Tribes? DJ Boy, Gals Panic, and maybe a strip pool game. Well, I know where I would be. Comba Tribes. Tempest, hard to believe the man who lived in the Listerine lair was suntan to begin with. I know. We used the blue lighting to hide our headband tan, you know? Like, while we're talking about headband tans, that was a terrible, terrible segue. With Commando, with Mercs, the initial international title was simply Mercs. When it came over here to the States, it was known as Mercs. While the Japanese title makes it clear that it is a sequel to the original Commando game. The original Commando game, as evidenced, we showed it earlier. It's an arcade hit, so, you know. While we're talking about the Brits, speaking of the Brits, this game was redeemed to us by Techie Rob in the chat. For those that are unaware, on Outside the Lens here, you are accruing your channel points, and as you accrue your channel points, you can use them to go to the redeems and redeem an NES, SNES, or Genesis game of your choosing that hasn't been redeemed off that list I just put in chat. And you can make me do this little segment, this little trivia, this little highlight. You know, that's how we do it. Rob did it. He was brave enough to do it. And so we're going to talk about...
I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Oh, Jonathan. How we doing, Johnny? Subscribe to Tier 1 for 16 months. John, you sucker. You fell for it 16 months in a row? Wow, can't believe it. Cannot believe it. You fell for it. Thank you for the sub, John. I appreciate you, brother. That's right. Get him, Robert. Tell him he's a sucker. He fell for it. And so did you, Rob. I take the $1 out of your coin purse. It's mine now. Well, 60 cents of it. Because Twitch has to give the other 40%. Or is that 50-50 split now? Anyways, in the United Kingdom, Mercs was a top-selling Sega Mega Drive game in October of 1991. The Mega Drive port received generally positive reviews from Megatech and Mega magazines. Now, to my understanding and my knowledge, games over here that are...
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Whoa, Carrison! You too? You're dating me. You should know better. You sucker. You fell for it too? All of this charm? And fucked out vocal cords? God, my throat is so messed up. It's all squeaky. At least it doesn't sound like it did that one time where I did OTL. It's terrible. Oh, wow, yeah, with all the emotes too? Oh, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Take your cringe elsewhere. Thank you, baby. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the Nepo sub. I appreciate you, baby. Ew, 10 months. I know, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Now, it is, when I've been doing the OTLs and when we do come across, you know, this like vertical, top-down, ground-based, bullet hell kind of games, it seems like the Brits, every time, there's always like a little blurb that says that this game did tremendous over in the UK. It seems like you guys really like these kind of games, like top-down, vertical-based bullet hells, or shmups in general. It seems like it is a revered and celebrated, you know, genre over across the pond, or at least that's what I've noticed. Store runtime, not a problem, AJ. Feel free to return to the anonymous Aether. Brits also like the Master System Mega Drive more than the Nintendo. That's true. That is true. Y'all, it seems, or not y'all, AJ's not a Brit, but he hangs out with the Brits. Like, it does seem like the Brits were big fans of the Mega Drive and the Master System, which I knew those British people. I knew they had good taste. Now we're talking about the ports. There were a lot of ports for Mercs, and almost all of the ports are nothing to write home about. The Genesis port is the only one that rivals the arcade in terms of quality, and the Amiga comes a little close, but all the other ports very average compared to the original version, varying between lag or slow movement, different designs that hardly resemble the original game. No sound at all for the Master System. No sound, which is god-awful. God-awful. I know the Master System had some, tech restrictions, but not having sound in a game, it sounds terrifying. Terrifying. Bingo, the UK also has a lot of ports. Big shipping nation. Frederick, you're right. You're right. I will support Frederick's door of bingo. Bingo, you can see yourself out. There's the door right there. And fewer enemies and challenges. This is especially the case with the ZX Spectrum, which has no music, natural laggy movement, choppy sound, and a completely 60s-like computerized level design with a flashing screen. Woof, woof, woof. Talking about ports, just an addendum to this. Whether the Genesis version is better than the arcade version, on the plus side, the Genesis version is more fair on difficulty and adds a lot of exclusive content, but its graphics and soundtrack, depending on your preference, are not as great. Multiplayer mode, totally gone. Oh, Grim! Grim, we went over this! We went over this! This means taxes. The taxes mean money. The tariffs. The tariffs. We as a country, we're known for tariffs. Fucking idiotic. The fact that we're still pushing the goddamn tariffs, and we have mouth breathers and bleach drinkers over here that believe that the tariffs are, I don't understand why a carton of eggs now costs $16. Fucking morons. Anyways, thank you for the 100 bits, Grim, you sucker. Appreciate you. Thank you. Shout him out. Shout him out. Get Grim out there. Grim is also a notable streamer for the fact that he has...
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Oh, well, thank you, Karrison, for gifting Grim a sub. You two are also a sucker. You guys are both... Oh, I almost went there. Almost went there. It almost got a little too much there for a minute, so I had to back away from it. Like, how many licks does it take to get you to the center of a Tootsie Pop? You never know. But now, you guys will find out without ads. Like, thank you, Karrison. I appreciate you, baby. No, Armor! You had your hot air balloon tear them apart into 3 irregular chunks when they ascended directly into a low-hanging power line. Armor! You're supposed to check for the power lines before you set up your hot air balloon. Come on now, brother, you know this. You're around the neighborhood, back on horseback, delivering Amazon packages. I'm sure you've seen where the low-hanging power lines are. Armor's dead now. We hardly knew ye. I've been in a hot air balloon one time, and I was just like, never again. Never again. I already feel weird getting on an airplane. I was like, human civilization shouldn't have this technology. But then getting into a hot air balloon, I'm like, this is worse. Absolutely worse. All right, so depending on your preference, not as great. Multiplayer mode, totally gone. It's a tough problem since the arcade version is now more common because of the emulated re-release, while the Genesis version has become less and less accessible. So that gives you an idea about ports. Hold on, I gotta circle back. Gotta circle back to Techie Rob here. Techie, I have a theory. Home computers were bigger than consoles over here until the early 90s. Most of us grew up on janky platformers and slow-paced text-driven games. That's true. That is the weird thing. Is like, as an American gamer, we got all of our games essentially whenever they were released. But you guys, like the UK and the Europeans, you guys had to wait, a year, 2 years, 3 years, sometimes 7 years before you even get a release of a game. So you guys were just like literally eating up whatever you could get hold of. The brainless action games were just the pendulum swinging the other way. I mean, having brainless action games compared to like type out verb, Interact verb with object. I could see. Where you'd gobble up anything you can get. Like, speaking of gobbling up, boys, it's that time. We're going to the next segment here on Outside the Lens. One of the segments that we do is we check up on the secondary market. Thank you for the milks. Thank you. Where are all my milkies at? Thank you. Oh, thank you for the command, Karison. She got tired of having to redo the actual milk emote, so she made a milk command. Fantastic. Smart woman. Absolutely smart woman. That's why she's the stream manager. And so here on Outside the Lens, when we do the secondary market, it's a chat participation segment. How much is Mercs for the Sega Genesis getting on the secondary market? SIB prices, complete inbox, manual, game, box. List your guesses in chat. You can put a milk next to it, milk in front of it. You don't have to put a milk. You can do whatever the fuck you want. We're doing Price is Right rules. Whoever is closest without going over, you win a point. Absolute. There you go, boys. While you guys list your answers and your guesses in chat, I'm just gonna do a little transition here. We gotta do a little transition to go to the secondary market. There it is, boys. We're back. We have returned. We didn't go anywhere. I did not. I just drank some more water to try to soothe my scratchy, squeaky voice this morning. So, like, for those unaware, like, if you guys enjoy anything that you're seeing here, come on down to the Discord. Like, that's where literally none of the magic happens, is at the Discord. You know, you can see me argue with my brother in different threads because he is a doorknob. Absolute doorknob, my brother is. The absolute worst. Judgmental beef. I will be doing. Doc Karison got there before me. Look at that. They kissed. Oh, man. I have collected all the level 1 hype train emotes. Well, you guys, you just need to work harder. Work harder next time. Give me more money. Suckers. Like, if you guys want to see me and Judgmental Beef do a just chatting stream tomorrow morning, just like a podcast format, we just talk about whatever the hell is going on in our lives, usually with audio and visual references. And we have a quiz segment called Beef's Peppercorn Casino. It's just kind of like the Peppercorn Casino here, but his actually has to do with trivia. And you guys have to do a prediction based on how many I will get right or wrong. Karison is such a boomer, they put a condom over their phone when they FaceTime someone. Karison. Especially now that you have a bigger phone, it's gotta be a Magnum. A glow-in-the-dark one. You know, the phosphorescent ink is good for vaginal health, I've heard. Or anal health, whichever, you know, not to limit your options, you know, just in case. We like to illuminate the inner caverns, you know, of the orifice. So I've vamped enough, boys. We got some guesses in chat. Techie Rob says 46 milks. Karison says 44 milks. Armor says 45 milks. Tempest says 37 milks. Bingo says 60 milks. Who will be closest without going over? Let's find out right now. SIB prices. Bada bing. Not getting a whole bunch. Fairly affordable. Loose, Mercs is going for about 16 bucks, just the cartridge. Complete, in-box, SIB, $35. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal for an old Sega Genesis arcadey kind of hit. Like the game manual and the box, 35 bucks is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, Armor's right. In this economy, that's pretty good. I agree, man. Because like if I were, someone should have guessed one. I agree, Tempest. If I were to collect old retro, you know, physical games, I wouldn't want to collect the heavy hitters. I wouldn't want to collect, you know, your Chrono Triggers and your Earthbounds. I would kind of want to collect like old shitball games that nobody's ever heard of. I feel like that would be more indulging to me. But I'm a minimalist and I don't really, you know, put a value on material possessions. So I don't collect old games. I used to, but I don't anymore. Brand spanking new, smothered and covered in the cellophane, $88. Again, that's pretty good. For a brand new Sega Genesis game, still in the cellophane, $88 is not bad. Graded, we take a skyrocket on graded, $1,241. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Box only, $15. Manual only, $19. All right, so $35. Who was closest without going over? It's the first time we have ever had one where everybody went over. Everybody went over. No shit. We will give it to Tempest, though. In that circumstance, when there is a tie and everybody has gone over, I'll just pick one that's closest. So we'll give it to Tempest because he was only $2 over. Tempest, you win a point. And if you comb your hair correctly, nobody will notice it, you know? Like, you have a point. Like, armor is going to be bad, huh? I don't know. I think, like, if I had to guess, just going off of, you know, what I've seen and what other people have said, I think it'll be like a very solid 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, you know? Like your standard fare. Oh, Techie. The snorting of his horses is heard from Dan. At the sound of the neighing of his strong ones, the whole land trembleth. For they are come and have devoured the land and all that is in it, the city and those that dwell therein. Jeremiah. Thank you for redeeming the scriptures, Techie. Big fan of the Bible here on this channel. We love to see the Bible, you know? Jawsome, graded means 10, right? Graded means, ooh, man, some of the, I'm pretty sure they just invent their prices with graded. Just like Magic the Gathering, they just invent their prices when they grade shit, you know? Bingo at one call, Bingo, the streamer, DS Koopa, is trying to buy up every version of Wall Street Kid to inflate the price. I have heard of content creators who go out of their way to basically fuck with the market and just buy up all the copies and inflate the price. Bingo, at one con, he saw a copy of it for like $1,000. Holy shit. Lord. Armor, wait, what did Dan snort? I don't know. I'm sure cocaine from biblical times. I was gonna say really potent, but to be honest with you, it's probably a lot more potent now, you know? They didn't have the formula figured out back then. Like, oh, Jawsome, lol, Wall Street Kid as an investment is on theme. I agree. You guys are on it. You guys are on it today. Like, I love that you guys are participating and feeding the streamer and giving me something to interact off of. It goes a long way, boys. It goes a long way. And what also goes a long way, we're going to our next segment. That's right, boys. Kerrison has opened the Peppercorn Casino. If you think that I will think that Mercs is a good game, then vote yay. If you think that I will think that Mercs is not a good game, then vote nay. Belly up to the bar, boys. Cast your bets. It's a prediction. That's all this actually is. We've just dressed it up to be something more than just a prediction. So if you go down to your channel redeems, your channel point redeems, there should be a notch there for you to interact, and you can gamble your peppercorns on whether or not your channel points, whether or not you think Mercs is a good game or not. 50-50 chance. What do you got to lose other than your channel points, you know? Gamble, gamble, gamble. We are a US-based streamer. Us Americans, we love gambling. Me especially, I am a gambling degenerate. I love poker, I love blackjack, I love Blatro, I love slots. I kind of love roulette, whenever I go to a casino, I don't really play roulette because there's just too many odds and too many variables. You can win a lot of fucking money in roulette, but me, if I ever play roulette, I just put however much money I have in my pocket on black. That's it. 50-50 chance, you know? So, bada bing. There it is, boys. Cash your bets. It doesn't have to be 10 channel points. You can push them all in. All in, you know? Absolute. All right, boys. I need to switch over to I need to turn into an apex predator. Do not be alarmed. Okie dokie. Bada bing. Boys, I have, let's see, what do I have here? I just have a brief pizzo mezzo. I just have a brief pizzo mezzo for you guys. I'm gonna go drain the main vein and go deliver kisses to the missus. And while I'm doing that, I did highlight, and we have an audio pizzo mezzo today because there were people online when I was reading about Mercs for the Sega Genesis. There were a lot of people online who were saying that Mercs, the soundtrack is actually pretty good. Like they were saying for Genesis fodder, for Mega Drive audio, like people were saying, despite the reviews that I talked about where people were like, it's questionable, but you know, there were people online saying that the soundtracks are bangers. And so I just chose one of those to highlight while I take a brief little comfort break. I'll be right back. And then when we return, we will play Mercs. We have talked about Mercs for 56 minutes. Now it's time to have 4 minutes of gameplay. That's how we do here on Outside the Lens, you know? More talkies. We're just providing a sampler of the game. So that way, if you like what you see, you can grab yourself a little taste of it and then decide whether you want to play it in your own free time. It's kind of like Cinematech from G4 TV, you know, if you guys ever watched any G4 TV. All right, boys, we got arcade. Well, I'm sorry, it's not the Sega Genesis version, it's the arcade version, but this is from stage 2. Like, let's take a little listen. Wow, did I get back in time? No, I did not. Oh, you guys are listening to all the Sega farts this morning. I hope you guys like the gem system, because that's what a lot of that was. Well, maybe not the gem system, because those were the arcade, you know, like I don't know, did the arcade boards, did they have the gems audio driver that the Sega Genesis did? I don't think so. That doesn't make any sense. All right, boys, you guys ready? Heck if I know. Yeah, I don't know either, Blue. Your guess is as good as mine. Like, all right, boys, let's figure out what's going on with this game. Let's check it out. Just like always, if there's an intro, I'm going to lay out. I'm going to shut up. Looks like it's probably just going to be a demo. This doesn't seem like a game that would have a whole bunch of story or plot to it. Yep, just a demo. Okay. All right, let's get in it, boys. Let's check out our onions. Let's see what we got for onions. Ooh, look at this. Look at this menu screen. Look at this menu screen. Yeah, I know, Armor. A lot of silence in that title screen, man. Whenever there is silence in the title screens, it scares me because I feel like something's going on with my audio, you know? Like, all right, we got arcade and original mode. We'll keep it in arcade. Let's see what it's like in arcade mode. We'll keep it on normal. Shot and mega crash. Okay, that's all you need to know. Rapid is off. I'm going to turn it on. Because I'm guessing rapid means you just hold down the button. And I prefer that rather than sit here and click on it. We'll do arcade mode. We'll check it out. Oh, okay, now we get our story. Damn, this text scroll is fast. I'm barely reading it in time. Mercs have been selected to rescue the president and stop the rebels' attempt to take control of the country. Zutera? Your mission awaits. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, rapid fire is exactly that. You're holding on to it. Okay, control is pretty good. Responsive. Like, we are moving around. And we got hit. Okay, thank God. This is a bullet hell that gives you a life bar. Not just like one hit and you're fucking dead. Already appreciative of that. We're getting a lot of explosions going on here. Very, very minimal, if at all, lag and jag. You're not seeing any clipping, any stuttering. Oh, we got the chicken. Very nice, love to see it. Blue, President good, America good, shooting things good. That's what I got from the intro, me too. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. We don't need to complicate the formula, you know? Too much salt spoils the soup. All right, I'm gonna lay back for a second so we can hear the sound effects and the music. Oh shit, okay. So sound design, not, oh Lord, we're getting gunned down, boys. We're getting gunned down. Okay, we will continue. Sound design. Oh, thank you, Blue. Thanks for the follow, brother. Much appreciated. Did you hear me talking when Carrison? She was like, you're doing great, baby. You got a raid and everything. I was like, no follows, though. I am disappointed. And then we get a follow. I appreciate you, brother. We're a small fish streamer. We're just trying to grow legs and walk out of the mud pond here, you know? We're trying to get bigger. We're trying to get bigger. We do OTL once a week. And then other than that, it's just whatever the fuck I do. You know, I haven't stamped out a schedule yet. That's why I try to promote the Discord as much as possible. Thank you, baby. Oh, she's on top of it. She's such a good fucking stream manager. Absolutely. The best. Guys, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. It has been, I'll save it for cringe on tap. I'll save it for cringe on tap. It's really nice to have a stream manager. Let's put it that way. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. But yeah, that's why we promote the Discord, is not necessarily so much as like to be self-indulgent. What's the big shot? Oh, holy shit. Oh, we can get in? Hell yeah, boys. Look at us. We are moving and cruising. Cruising and bruising, hanging and banging now. Love to see it. Armor redeemed cringe on tap. Okay, 1 second, Armor. I'll be with you in just 1 second. Like, let me, we're gunning them down right now. Surprisingly, even the vehicle moves pretty good. Like I said, the actual, can we big crash them again? Yeah, we're gonna big crash them again. Like, even the vehicle's movement feels nice. Oh, we gotta go all the way around. Like I said, so far everything's responsive. Where do we shoot the tank, though? Can we shoot the tank? I'm guessing we gotta hit the enemy. Nope, we're just gonna run away. We're just gonna run away. Oh shit. The only nitpick I have, oh shit, is that I wish the protagonist would move a little bit faster or have some sort of dash or roll, you know? But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. So, I understand. But, like, so far, holy shit. So far, thoroughly engaging. Like, and it is frenetic, Like there's a lot of frenzy and whip shit action going on here, but it doesn't feel like Ikaruga, where you know if you take the wrong step, you're fucked. You know, this does feel appropriately and adequately challenged. You know, like I also wish we got like a kind of like a different gun or a different. I'm sure you do because like I saw from the you know the GIFs that you get different kind of weapon types, but I haven't seen one yet. I know that there's a flamethrower somewhere in this game, but I'm wanting to see it. Like, oh, we got some cringe on tap. Now, for those that are unaware, in my redeems, in my channel point redeems, there's a category in there called cringe on tap. And what that means is I have to say something nice about my girlfriend, which is not hard to do. It's very easy to do. And my cringe on tap for my girlfriend right now. Oh, we got a different gun? Did we get a different gun? Where's my different gun? Did it just power it up? Oh, fuck me. The cringe on tap for this morning, for today, we're blowing them up. Get them out of here. Would be the fact that for those that are unaware, here, let me take a little pause right here. For those that are unaware, Karison, what's your name again? I know I live with you, but for those that are unaware, Karison4 in the chat, she's my boyfriend, but she is also the stream manager. Like she is the one who is setting up a lot of the behind the scenes. Am I supposed to shoot up these tanks? What the fuck is going on here? She's the one who is setting up a lot of things behind the scenes, making this a well-oiled machine. And I have told her before that like it has always been my dream to have somebody who is creatively invested in me, you know, like because I'm a creative guy. I'm a writer, for those that do not know, like, and I've dated people in the past. Oh, now we got a spread shot. We did upgrade the gun. And I've dated people in the past, and they were, you know, bare bones, entry level, interested in my creative pursuits. Holy shit, we gamed over. Wow. Like they were bare bones, the basic entry level, interested in my creative pursuits. More like, oh, you did a good job, honey. But let's check out original mode. I want to see what that's all about. But that's basically as far as it went. And it has always been my dream to have someone that I'm romantically attached to, but someone who takes such an invested interest in my creative pursuits. And Karison, by far, out of anybody I've ever met, takes a very, very involved and invested approach to my creative pursuits. And that's why we love her, because like every day we are reminded of all the work and effort and thought that she puts into it. You guys don't see it on this side, but after we're done streaming, like Karison usually has notes, feedback notes, and ideas with which to make the stream better, you know? Like, and Blue, man, I love that for you. It's epic. I know, man. Ah, Karison, you fell for it. It was a ruse. It was a con job. We got you with the long con. Thank you for the 46 bits, you sucker. But no, Blue, I agree, man. Like, if you have somebody that you are romantically attached to, and they also get you as a streamer or a creative person, you know, like they get your humor, they understand who you are and how to play up your strengths. And so like usually when I get off stream, we have a shared notes folder on our phones where we give each other feedback on what to improve, how to improve, ideas, things that would make the stream better. And Karison is constantly feeding me really good ideas. And so it's a dream. We're living the dream over here, boys. Like, Karison, very sweet cringe. Also 4,000 thanks for the shouts, mister. Bah, you fell for it. The charisma, you know? The effect, the 6 effect. I would promote the fact that you're gonna stream, but I don't know what your schedule is like this weekend, you know? Like it seems like you might not get a chance to stream. I hope you do, because if you do, I will definitely be there. I got some ideas for, you know, your stream, but oh shit, I've heard about you. I'll give you a hand. Oh, what is it? Burner joined our party? Oh, we get a store and everything? Okay, original mode is way better. I should have done original mode. Okay, 16 units, 2 units. How much life do we have? How much money do we have? We have 7 medals. I'm guessing that's our currency. Extend your life gauge to the maximum. Let's go ahead and do that. Who's going to carry it? Oh, you can have people to carry it? Oh, what is this? Sold out. Can we switch guys? Oh, we can. Holy shit. Wow. Thank you, Blue, for giving her a follow. She does indeed. She's been playing some horror games, and it's hilarious because she often talks about the fact she's like, I don't get scared, guys, and then literally gets scared out of her pants, has diarrhea on the stream, you know? Like, hilarious to me. Like, we have a toast. We have a hydrate toast from Armor. Thank you, Armor. As you can tell, my throat is very dried out. We have a toast, a toast, a toast. Often, when you think you're at the end of something, you're really at the beginning of something else. Same rules apply for sexual intercourse. Thank you for that hydrate toast, Armor. If nothing else, but to lubricate the throat, because God, it must sound awful to you guys right now, but we're powering through, you know? We're powering through. Oh, that's right. Can we be burner? Let me be burner, bro. Oh, shit. Now we're talking, boys. Now we got in it. Throw some shrimps on the Barbie. Hell yeah. Love this. We love to recreate the Salem witch trials here. Very nice. The flamethrower is actually quite good. Like, but the only problem is like, can we even blow those guys up? I don't think we can. Doesn't seem like they're interacting to. I think they're just obstacles to make things more challenging. The flame is whipping all around. This is actually pretty fun with the flame. Love the flame. Okay, we need to get some currency. Kerosene to blue, too kind, thank you. Followed back because I do like me a blue hoodie. Well, oh shit, you do not pick those up. Well, you guys are interacting and you're socially thriving. We love to see it here on 6 2/3, you know? Like, but yeah, man. So far, I do like this. Like, it's not bad whatsoever. Like, I was expecting something a little more generic, but no, this is actually exceeding my expectations. So, many thanks to Rob for redeeming. Ooh. Kerosene had all of her facial ligature and facial structure blasted off trying to drink directly from a fire hydrant. Kerosene, you should know better. You should know better, darling. Good Lord. I mean, I know you're thirsty. I know you're thirsty. But, you know, there's garden hoses, baby. You don't have to go directly from the fire hydrant. Lord, blasting off your entire face. It's a pretty face. Now what am I going to look at? That's fine. I'll look at your facial hole. I love you just the same. Kerosene's dead now. We hardly knew ye. Oh, Lord. Kerosene, not that gift-free time. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it all day today. I'm going to figure out. That's if you guys haven't figured out with a 6 2/3 stream. Oh, okay, we can replace it with a different guy. That's super cool. Super cool. Look at that. We're just hyper firing directly into the window. If you guys haven't figured out, I usually find like one joke and then I beat it to death throughout the stream. I will take that one joke. You even have the emotes ready. A banana and a donut. Oh, love to see it. Love to see my webcam completely go skitsy. Hold on. Let me do this and then this. There we go. My mistake, boys. My mistake. Bada bing. Bada bing. There it is. There it is. All right, hold on. Let me turn this down so I don't deafen you guys. I don't want to deafen you. For all my audios peoples, like come over here and then play this and we're good. Bada bing. Did I forget to reactivate my camera? Yep, I did. There we go. We're back. We're back. Oh, Lord have mercy. If you guys haven't figured out, it's not a review show. I just add a hazy stoner review at the end of it. And my review is based off of 2 criteria. The first criteria being For the unspecified amount of time in which I played this game, was I entertained? Because that's generally speaking, my litmus for media is not like, you know, it's like, oh, the writing was this. Oh, the cinematography was this. It's just like, was I entertained? You know, it's like I can watch a crappy movie, but if I'm entertained for the hour and a half in which I watched it, fine by me. Like, so I use that same litmus here. So for the unspecified amount of time in which I played Mercs, was I entertained? And the answer was yes. The answer was yes. Like, to be honest with you, other than the protagonist moving a little slow, which is just more tradition of the time, they didn't really have speedy and peppy and zippy protagonists for these kind of games, you know? Like, other than that, like, pretty tremendous game, to be honest with you. In terms of, like, top-down, vertical, Sega, arcadey, like, bullet hells, tremendous. The original mode, way better than arcade mode. I should have played original mode to begin with, but I didn't know. I've never played Mercs. So, yes, the answer is yes. Was I entertained? Absolutely. Now, I can't answer criteria 2 because I've never played Mercs, but I can answer your prediction, the Peppercorn Casino. Let me do that real quick right now. Is Mercs a good game? If you voted yay, y'all are getting some channel points. Let's see right there. 5,438 channel points go to Frederick Rutabagas and 3 others. Choke on them, boys. Start stockpiling them. You're gonna need them. There may be things in the pipeline pretty soon. So, like, is Mercs a turd? No, the answer is no. It is not a turd. Like I said, other than the small criticism that I had for it, I think it's delivering on all fronts. I think if you play this game, you know exactly what you are going to get when you go into it. And so I think it delivers. Like, I have no notes, no qualms, no complaints. Like, I think it was a super fun game. Hey, what's going on, N39? Yo, how we doing, brother? How we doing? Like, so fantastic. I recommend it. Like, even people, you know, that they were saying the reviews, they were just saying, like, oh, the ports aren't that good. Even the Sega Genesis port is not that good. I disagree. I thought it was more than adequate. I have no complaints with it. Wake and Bacon, well, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. That's where the peppercorns come from. For those that do not know, like, the peppercorns are channel points. It's a marijuana reference. Because I'm a hazy Florida stoner. I don't live in Florida anymore, but just because you move out of Florida doesn't mean that the Florida moves out of you, okay? All right, boys, we're moving on. Blue? Oh, no, blue to, no, Kerosene to blue, I'm sorry. Hey, I feel ya. I don't have many reps under my belt yet either, but Six says it's all about reps and doing a sound check before stream. It is. It is. If you guys are streamers, look, I was taught a certain way. My brother is in radio. We used to have a radio show long time ago. Both of us have loved terrestrial talk radio and now podcasts. Audio is very, very important to a stream. You can have a shitty overlay. You can play a shitty video game. You can be maybe not the most entertaining streamer in the world, but if your audio sucks, your stream is dead in the water. Dead in the fucking water. And so you need to have, like, decent audio. Make sure that you have decent audio. Every time I do a stream, I do a sound check. Especially with Streamlabs, because Streamlabs is very temperamental. And so at any point in time, you know, it could go kibitz on you. It could literally mutate itself into something else. And so I make sure that my audio is on point. So you can hear me do my scratchy voice into the microphone. So... Blue, sound checks are something I need to work on. Full disclosure, I have no idea what a rep is, so I'll go ahead and assume I have 0. Reps is just repetition, you know? Like, it's just like if you go to the gym, you're doing reps. And a lot of streaming success, a lot of success in any craft is just doing reps. Is just literally having experience. That's all it is. It's like, and the more experience you get, the better you get at it. And boys, by the way, if you're not listening to your streams, if you're not listening to them back after you're done with them, you are also kind of shooting yourself in the foot. I see you. I see you. No, you want to come say hi? You want to come say hi to Grandpa? There you go, baby. Like, and so it's reps, experience, and you need to listen back to your streams. Even if you don't like your voice, which I know a lot of streamers don't, I actually kind of like my voice. Not right now, but I actually do kind of enjoy my voice. Baby, if it's not on there, it's Shaq Fu. Like Shaq, the basketball player, Fu, like Kung Fu. That's what Armor redeemed. I think he redeemed it for the SNES? I'm not sure. I can't remember. But I think I wrote it down. Karason's doing some behind the scenes stuff. She's updating the redeems list. For those that are unaware. I will talk into the mic right now. That's what we're doing. I gotta talk into the mic. I gotta talk to Karason in my low, sexy voice. For those that are unaware, Karason is updating the redeemed list so that you guys can go and check out all the games that have been redeemed on OTL outside the lens. And then as you accrue your channel points, your peppercorns, you can make me play one of those games and do a treatment like I'm about to do for our next game. Bingo, this is your low voice? Yeah, a little bit. All right, I'll do my I do have a streamer voice. Like right now, I'm projecting a little bit. I'm projecting a little bit to be more clear and louder. But my stream voice or my normal voice is kind of like just like this. This is how I usually talk, you know. I'm just like, well, and then Karason loves it when I put a little drawl on it, you know, put a little country twang on it. I put that country twang on that thing, you know. So there you go. I have explained the list. Bingo, we had a neighbor growing up that shot himself in the foot in the literal sense. Ooh, Jesus Christ. I've shot myself in the leg with a couple of BB and pellet guns, but not a full bullet. It never penetrated, you know? Like, Karason, I like your voice right now. The low voice is a sexy voice. That's right, baby. That's my sexy voice. Speaking of sexy things, box art! Guys, looking at this box art, does this box art slap? Does it execute? Does it do all the things it is supposed to do? Do we see any verbs on this box art? And the answer is yes. We do see verbs on this box art. It does slap. I do think this box art is pretty tremendous. As Techie talked about a little bit on his stream this morning, we did an Outside the Lens last week where I was talking about the artist, Julie Bell. And Julie Bell is a phenomenal, accomplished, like medieval fantasy artist. And she did a lot of box arts that I was not aware that she was responsible for. And Eternal Champions is one of those box arts. If you look in the bottom right, it says Julie, 1993. That's Julie Bell. Like renowned artist. Once you understand her theming and how her box arts look, and how her paintings look, you can recognize them across the board, you know? Fantastic. So looking at this box art, we do have some verbs, we do have some action. We have at home bargain bin Merlin in the background. He is charging up his staff. Like we got the laser beams shooting everywhere, all over this box art, shooting out of the staff and shooting out of the, oh, well, thank you for the follow, Sleepy Garrett. I'm glad you beat the charges, brother. We got laser beams shooting out of this guy's Pip Boy. He put the brightness up too high, blinded himself in the bathroom at night. Like everybody here is doing a bit of a, it's kind of a pose. You know, it's more pose action, but I would constitute this as action because.
Well, I guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Oh, no shit. Well, thank you, Sleepy Garrett. I appreciate you for the slub. I appreciate you for the slub, brother. You can come on back and slub anytime, hot stuff, if you know what I'm saying. Get your slub on with 6 2/3 in the morning. Thank you. I do appreciate that, though. I make jokes, but I'm a big fan. You rock, dude. Well, thank you, brother. I'm just over here talking with a squeaky, prepubescent 14-year-old voice, you know? Like, we're just trying to make it work. Bingo, I know this game, but I don't know why. It is a renowned 1v1 fighter. We'll talk about that in just a second. So we do have a lot of action on this box art. I think it is kind of pose-worthy action, but like it is action nonetheless. Even the Manky Kong here, like swinging his cudgel. Like I have been told by certain people that my penis looks like an orc's cudgel. Good segue. Thank you for getting me out of there, AJ. If a man still prophesies, his parents, father, and mother shall say to him, you shall not live, because you have spoken a lie in the name of the Lord. When he prophesies, his parents, father, and mother shall thrust him through. Zechariah. Thank you, AJ, for redeeming the scriptures. We love the Bible here in a sardonic, tongue-in-cheek way. I'm an avowed, obnoxious, outspoken atheist, but I do love the Bible. It's hilarious, you know? Like, bingo thrusting through, too vigorous. So, Julie Bell, as we last talked about, you know, she has a very unique way of painting and thematic. And as Armor said, is her theme muscles? And kind of, yeah. She was a tournament championship bodybuilder, so it makes sense. And it's a lot of posing, but it's action-packed posing. So I'm gonna say it does pass the criteria. Now looking at this box art, second criteria, does this box art give you a good idea of what you are going to get into as far as a game goes? Does it encapsulate the genre? And kind of, not really. It's a 1v1 fighting game a la Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, you know, the normal, the reps, like, but I don't necessarily get the vibe of fighting game. It does kind of have like fighting game roster box art. That's kind of what it reminds me of, especially the late 80s, mostly early 90s, mid 90s. A lot of fighting game box arts kind of looked like this. So we're gonna say it does encapsulate the genre, but not really. But we'll give it to her because we love Julie Bell here. So that's a pass. That's a pass. While we're talking about all sorts of different stuff, bingo, cool your jets, God. AJ, I love the Bible. It rolls good joints. I have definitely taken some of the what's the Bibles that are known in hotels? There's a certain brand that they're called. I can't remember, but I have taken some Gideon's. You got it, Techie. Thank you for saving me out of clutch, brother. Like, I have taken some pages out of the Gideon's Bible in some hotels and rolled some joints with them. I don't recommend it. Ink does not taste very good when you smoke it into your lungs. But, you know, while we're talking about all sorts of promotional, 7-Eleven, of all things, did a promotional advertisement tie-in with Eternal Champions when it first came out. 7-Eleven, the convenience mart, the ubiquitous American convenience mart, you know, or mart here in the States. It's a new promo where they give you collectible cups, secret tips, and cash rebates. Like, so you go there and buy some Slurpees and get some specific cups, and they would have a tattoo on the bottom of it or an activator tip or whatever the fuck. And like, look, it's swag. It's straight up swag, but I loved it when video games had this kind of interplay, this kind of promotional interplay. I kind of miss it. Just the tip, that's right. Like, I kind of miss it because nowadays the promotional interplay is like, get a free horse skin. You know, it just don't hit like it used to. Like, and this is to give you an idea of what the actual promo looked like. Here are the cups. I don't know if the hat was part of it. I think the hat's just in there. But if you buy a 32-ounce Sega Slurpee cup, 2-pound Slurpee, you buy a 2-pound Slurpee, you get a $5 rebate on the game itself or the Sega Genesis activator peripheral, which we will talk a little bit later. and what an enormously large piece of shit that thing was. But the fact that you could go buy a 2-pound Slurpee and then get $5 off the game, I think that's notable. I think that's notable. Like, I don't think that's bad whatsoever. I think that's great. Like, cause I mean, chances are, especially during the 90s, you were probably going to 7-Eleven to drink a 2-pound Slurpee anyways. So I was a Coca-Cola Slurpee fan. Like, no, well, thank you for the follow there, Rooster. Thank you for the follow, boys. We met our follower goal. We're at 190, only 10 more to go. Me and Karrison have been kicking it around about maybe having a special 200 follow stream, you know? And so if you guys... No, well, thank you, N39. I don't care what anybody says about you, brother. You're good in my book, you know? I don't care what the rumors say, what they say at the water mill, you know? Like, at the water mill. Not the water cooler, but the water mill. Garrett, gas station nachos were better back in the... They were. The orange cheese tasted more orange. Nowadays, it just tastes like light yellow. Not a fan of it. Not a fan of it, you know? And so, chances are, if you were already going to 7-Eleven, you were gonna get a 2-pound Slurpee anyway. So the fact that they give you a $5 coupon on the game, it's fantastic. Like, I think that fucks. I think that rocks. Wubby Lubs, are you sure you want them here? The rumors are pretty bad. Wubby Lub, tell them all the rumors. All of them. Remove his spot. And if for whatever reason, after seeing this, you guys feel inspired to go buy the cups, you can buy them on eBay right now for $35 for 3 paper cups. In case you needed it. In case you wanted 3 paper cups for $35. Like, not really a fair trade. $35 for 3 paper cups. Not such a great balanced trade. However, like, they're in pretty good goddamn condition for paper cups from 3 decades ago. I think that, you know, I think that rocks. Like, Wubby Lubs for 3 collector items. So, AJ, yeah, you know, where they're grinding grain using the power of the river. They're always talking smack over there. I like that assemblage of words where they're grinding grain using the power of the river. I find that wildly hilarious. While we're talking about promotional materials, here is a magazine promo from Brazil. I don't know if this is in Portuguese or if it's Spanish. I can't read any of it. And I'm not sure what... Neonate, a noun, a newborn child or other mammal, an infant less than 4 weeks old, a time when anatomical and physiological changes are extremely rapid. Neonate. Well, thank you. Thank you, Karrison, for redeeming the vocab machine. I love it when you guys play with all my dangling keys. That's why I put them in there. That's why I put them in there. I love words. I'm a wordsmith, so, you know, big fan. Neat. Well, thank you. It was. Like, I'm not sure what the relative theming is here with this promotional magazine advertisement, but at least they went a different route when it came to screenshots, okay? Okay? We have seen on the back of box arts, we have seen magazine promotional advertisements. We have seen, it's just a square with 4 screenshots. That's it. At least they did something different. All right? I applaud them. I don't know what it's saying, but I applaud them, you know? Armor, the theme is orange. Just like Early's 90s 7-Eleven nachos. Orange. Orange. While we're talking about promotional advertisements, we have another one. This one is from Spain. This is a Spain promotional advertisement for Eternal Champions. I don't think this is bad. I don't think this is bad. It's kind of weird, though. It's a little weird because the Eternal Champions, the game, is not... It's not really... I mean, there are Asian characters and there's some Asian, you know, influences and thoughts and, you know, like all that stuff. But like the game is not an out and out Asian themed game. So I'm not sure why they went with this, you know, Armor, I can translate. Oh, you can? All right, hold on. Let me pop this back up. Armor, is this Spanish or is this Portuguese? I know Portuguese is not like, it's basically the Spanish with a French flair to it. No, the Spanish one? Okay, this one? No, I was like, oh, let me keep the Japanese one up there. Portuguese, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I saw all the weird accents and all that, and I was like, that's gotta be Portuguese. Like, I do love how Portuguese sounds. Like, it kind of very much rolls off the tongue. Like, I'm a big fan of it, big fan of it. Boys, we got one more promo. One more magazine promo. And this one is a good one. Very, very memorable. Not only is it memorable for the fact that it is a two-pager, which you could tell if a company was putting money behind a game when they gave it 2 pages of promotional advertisement. But this one is also notable for the fact that they are throwing shade in the text. They are throwing shade at Mortal Kombat and they are throwing shade at Street Fighter. If you look down there, it says with 35 moves, any of these guys could kick Guile's butt. They are referencing Street Fighter 2 directly, and you can't really see it because it's too small, but I'll zoom in real quick. Hold on. We'll zoom all the way in. Normal view. Right here at the bottom, it says the battle room, where the room itself can sap your strength. Here, Jeddah does a little sapping of her own with a double-fisted air dive on Shadow. Hey, Johnny Cage, scared you'll get whipped by a girl? Throwing the shade. Throwing the shade there. I love it when magazines used to, or when promotional advertisements would literally call out, you know, their successors and their rivals. I'm a big fan of it. Big fan of it. It was straight up like, you know, 90s edgelord humor at the time. M39, you got it. You got the Mystery Science Theater reference there. Normal view. But huge fan. Always punch up. Always punch up. Because Eternal Champions, obviously, they were seen as the kid sister, you know, the scrappy, plucky new fighter in the arena for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighters. Always punch up, never punch down. Punch up, boys, never down. Now, I talked about Wubby Lubs. That art is pretty amazing. I agree, 1000%. Huge fan of Julie Bell, huge fan. N39, I was up late as a kid and watched MST. Like, oh man, I absolutely love MST. Like I feel like MST was one of the progenitors for me having a sarcastic, sardonic wit. It basically installed that in me at a very young age. Garrett, Sega does what Nintendo don't. That's right. That's right. I do love Nintendo, absolutely love Nintendo, but I am a Sega boy at heart. I am a Sega fan all the way through. Hey, what's going on, Mark? Like allow blood? That's true. What, you didn't like the sweat in Mortal Kombat? You're punching your enemy and sweat is blasting off of them? I was like, oh, Lord. Hey, what's going on, Rec? How we doing? I love the feistiness. They bold. They are bold. Speaking of what's bold, guys, the cartridge was the second package game, Eternal Champions, to be included with the Sega Activator, an elaborate infrared ring controller that players stood in and punched and kicked in order to make the characters perform different combat movements. It was one of only a few games that actually recognized the Activator and took advantage of most of the features of the unit. The player using the Activator was given an advantage of receiving 50% less damage and inflicting 50% more damage than the player using a regular controller. Okay, I applaud them for the fact that they managed to interweave, you know, something with the Activator with the video game itself. I applaud them for it. Absolutely applaud them for it. Because that's what you should do. If you have a peripheral, make it unique. Make some sort of charismatic charm, some sort of incentive to buy and play the peripheral, you know? However, the Sega Activator peripheral, absolute fucking dog shit of an accessory. God awful, terrible, horse shit accessory. It says in there it used shitty infrared tech, but the infrared tech was so fucking spotty on execution. Like, it was not very good. And also, I would take umbrage, and I give a lot of disrespect just for this advertisement photo of the Sega Activator. Simply because Nerdo here, we see Nerdo here, like, he's taking the Daniel-san crane kick pose from Karate Kid, right? Right? What is he playing? He's playing Streets of Rage 2, and he's playing as Axel. Yeah, he's playing as Axel, and Axel does not do a fucking crane kick anywhere in that fucking game. So it's false advertising. They're bullshitting you. They're making it seem like it's much more responsive and interaction, and it's not. It's not. It sucked. Novel concept, really cool idea, but the technology was just not there in 1993. It just wasn't, you know? So, there we go. And that's all that I have to say regarding promotional stuff. Let's kick it on back to the actual miscellaneous trivia for Eternal Champions. Boys, I have to turn into a spooky pug. Do not be alarmed. And we're back. And we're back. All right, hold on. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Let me catch up on chat. I don't want to ignore you guys, you know? We are a streamer that reads chat, so we do allow time for chat to be read during the series, during the show, you know? Like, that's right, shout him out. Shout out Mark. We love Mark on this channel. The man literally did a dramatic, zoomed in camera pose redeemed. I mean, I'm sure he did it for his own reasons. I'm not making the assumption that he did it for me, but I definitely cultivate the chance to use his dramatic camera redeem every time I go in there, because Mark is absolutely hilarious. It was for the drama. Mark understands. He's a performer at heart, okay? He's one of us. He's a carnival show barker. Like, Lord. Mark, every punch man does so hard the sweat flies off his face. Well, I mean, you're just helping him. Instead of using like a dish towel, you're just using your fists. Bingo, Metal Slug has a lot of sweat pouring out. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. AJ, hey Six, where's that spreadsheet? Wow, I'm glad you asked me. If you guys want to know where the spreadsheet is, it's right there in chat. If you want to know what games have been redeemed here on Outside the Lens, that way if you do want to redeem a game, you don't have to have me cuss you out for the fact that I've already played it. Because how are you supposed to know? I've been doing OTL for 2 years. Nobody knows. Not even me. Like, Mark drying your enemies with punches. That's right. No industrial strength air dryer. Just straight fists. Like, Blue, oh boy, how did that never catch on? I know, you know? It's weird, you know? It's like, the fact that the gamers, normally not exactly the most athletic human beings in the world, and you're gonna stick them into something that makes them have to physically move their bodies off the couch and flail around like a bucket of dismembered limbs going down the stairs. I wonder why I didn't catch on. Wubby, they don't make desks like that anymore. Bet that thing is like 200 pounds. Oh, man. I had a friend who had one. That's why I can speak from experience. I had a rich friend I had 2 rich friends growing up, and they had all the video games, all the peripherals, all the accessories, and none of the gratitude for any of it. Meanwhile, I'm over here playing fucking bargain bin garage sale Othello on the NES and just having the time of my life, you know? N39, he's gonna have a hernia. We know about that. We know about that. I literally gave myself like a hernia the other day just brushing my tongue. It's like, I'm so hideously out of shape. Rack, did somebody say Axel? Did somebody say Axel? Ah, there it is, AJ. I've been waiting. I've been waiting. You know, we have gone this far in OTL. We have gone 2 years. In November, it will be 3 years. And nobody has ever redeemed Castlevania. And let's see here. AJ redeemed Castlevania 3, which I have played. I've played all the Castlevanias, and I am excited because there's just a treasure trove of things to talk about when it comes to Castlevania. Thank you for the redeem, AJ. You're doing the things. You're doing the things. You're interacting. You're feeding the streamer. Thank you, brother. But I inspired it. Well, thank you, Mark. I do have a total armor Super Castlevania. Oh, Super Castlevania, not as beloved for me. It does have a place in the gamer consciousness. Like the Mode 7 was pretty gnar, so we love it. But Super Castlevania, you're in there, Armor. You're in there, buddy. We got you. We wrote you down. Mark, NES had the power mat, some early alternate controllers. Yeah, I had the NES Advantage, the one that was like closest to like an arcade pad, and I was never good at it. Never good at it, you know? Never. Now, Wreckage, you shut your mouth about Super Castlevania. I knew that was gonna piss off the Castlevania nerds in chat. It was intentional. Mark, have you not done Super Castlevania yet? Nope, never played it. Never played it. I am excited to play it now that you guys redeemed it. Maybe it'll be on next week's OTL. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And if you wanna stay up to date on all OTL news, come on down to the Discord and find out. We got a category and a thread just for it. That's where all the news goes. That's where all the updates go, you know? That's how you do it. We're interweaving our shills. And 39, my rental shop growing up had weird NES games. Mine too. I went to Super Video, which was a popcorn fart Florida video rental store. I would go to Super Video looking for the Super Nintendo and NES games that they didn't have at Video Library or Blockbuster, you know, the off-brand shit. And also I would go there for the hentai. Priorities, boys, priorities. Speaking of priorities, all right, let's talk about Eternal Champions. You guys ready? Let's do it. Eternal Champions, notable. You've heard me talk about this on stream before. Big fan. Big fan. Sega did this all the fucking time in their games, and I was a big fan of when Eternal Champions did it too. You have the Sega title screen, the logo placard, you know, whatever it is, and then you have characters interacting with it. So good. So good. And Eternal Champions is notable in that regard because I think they have all of the fighters interact with the logo. It might just be 4. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But it's a random fighter each time you boot up. And so you get a random fighter interacting with the logo screen. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Attention to detail. Nuance. Really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. Big fan of that. Eternal Champions also has an exposition dump through a text wall. But at the very least, you have things to look at, you know? You have things to look at here. This guy is, what is it? The Eternal Champion. He is the Eternal Champion. He's the big bad guy. Yeah, at least you have him to look at. You have the background, and it's not just like a blank background with a Star Wars scroll of a wall of lifeless letters. You know, you're giving us something here, and I mean it is an expo dump, but at least we have something to look at. You know, proviso. We have a proviso here, or proviso. A preface. Eternal Champions is not a great fighting game, okay? I will say that up front and outwardly. It is not a great fighting game. Mostly my biggest problem is they have a certain meter where you can only do so many special moves and you drain that meter, and when you drain that meter, you can no longer do special moves. I think that is a fucking idiot's choice when it comes to development in a fighting game. However, it's early 90s, they were still figuring things out. So Eternal Champions, not a great fighting game. But for me personally, me the streamer, I always had a tender spot for the sprite work within the game. I think it resonates a lot more with me than like the bad MK mocap shit, the bad Mortal Kombat live action shit that came out. Granted, Mortal Kombat, they were trying something, right? And we give them applause, golf claps, for trying something. But Mortal Kombat sprites, like the live action shit, it looked outdated the moment it came out. Whereas I feel like Eternal Champions, their sprite work is unique. And for me, that's what drew the eye. There are a lot of people online that are talking about how the sprites and animations look like shit. And I'm just like, are we playing the same game? Like, am I wrong? Are we the baddies here, guys? Bingo, Meter, I hardly know her. Sorry, a lot of coffee. Not a problem, Bingo. I love Bingo. I think Bingo is hilarious. Like, truthful lips endure forever, the lying tongue for only a moment. Proverbs. The Bible does have like these really good like turns of phrase, you know, like in terms of like an actual writing stance of saying a one-line sentence that speaks bigger than the actual sentence it is. The Bible actually is really good in that regard, like without a doubt. Can't dog it. I'll find other reasons to dog it. Like, go grab another and think about what you've done. What is notable about Eternal Champions is I just got done saying way better than the Mortal Kombat fodder when it comes to live action screens, right? Or live action sprites. Eternal Champions for me personally, was much more memorable with its overkill animations. And its overkill animations, those are fatalities. They had fatalities. If you're gonna have a fatality in a game, don't make it a goofy ha ha hee hee. Make it brutal. As demonstrated here with Larson, I think it's Larson, the character Larson, he is literally prison shanking this man to death, all right? And there is no mistake whether or not he is going to die from it. We don't have a flaming head breathing fire onto somebody and then their body immolates into a charred skeleton. We just have a man prison shanking him to death, okay? It's a little disturbing, but that's good. Anything that evokes any sort of emotion in your gamer, in your reader, in your viewer, any sort of emotion has done its job. It's done its job, you know? And so, big fan, big fan. AJ brutal like Death Clock brutal or get the fuck out. That's right. I mean, if you're gonna go for it, go big or go homeless, you know? Don't fuck around. Don't lollygag, you know? We have a placeholder gift here. We have a placeholder gift. Mark, that's what I associate with Eternal Champions, the over-the-top character and stage executions. You are correct, brother. That may or may not be our Pizzo Mezzo. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. It is. All right, boys, we've gotten to the point in Outside the Lens where 6 reads Wikipedia to you. Now, Eternal Champions was notable for some innovations beyond being a first-party home exclusive. It delved deep into backstory, including a menu section specifically for character biographies and a primer into their preferred martial arts. Just that alone. Different. There was also an extensive training mode that was not yet commonplace in fighting games at the time. Players could set up drones or programmed AI to spar against in the danger room setting, which was weird. Weird, complete with a laundry list of toggleable hazards like buzzsaws and stun bolts. The final bout against the Eternal Champion had mid-match in-game cinematics when it would change to a different fighting style, and eventually, when defeated, a forebearer to dramatic multi-stage fighting game bosses. Finally, the game upped Mortal Kombat stage fatalities by including them in every level, activated not by a player input, but when a final blow landed their victim in a specific spot on the stage to trigger it. Boys, notable pioneers in the fighting game realm. Notable, absolutely notable. Granted, again, gameplay itself, mechanics, what's running under the hood, not exactly the best, but they were trying shit. And, you know, people took the forebear, essentially it was the forebearers. People took, you know, the general foundation and built upon it from there, you know? So I think it's worthwhile to talk about. Armor, yo, they were ahead of their time. They were. Exactly. Mark, and yet I never heard a big stink made about the violence in Champions. It was all MK. Yeah, it got overshadowed, every bit of it. And like I said, you guys are gonna see in the Pizzo Mezzo, some of the death scenes, some of the fatalities, I'm just like, holy shit, you guys were doing this in 1993, 1994? That's fucking crazy, you know? Like, that being said, we have a brief audio interlude. I have a supplementary material for you guys for some trivias here, and I need to play a video. Well, it's actually an audio, but I need to do it in order to do it, you know? And so we're gonna do this, and then this. Wait, nope, that was the wrong one. That's Pioneers. We're gonna do this, and then this, right? Yeah, there we go, and then this. By the way, the hip hop group Bone Thugs and Harmony, you know, see you at the crossroads. Like, they sampled the bad ending theme and the character's bio theme on their album E1999 Eternal for the tracks Crossroads and Eternal, respectively. And so I have some, hold on, let me get rid of the placeholder. It looks weird. Like, I have some audio to entreat you with. I do have some supplementary material. That's right, Wreckage. What? And I agree, Armor. Great song. Absolutely great song. If you were a 90s kid, oh man, the Bone Thugs Crossroads got you through many a sixth grade dance, you know? All right, so it's a quick clip. I'm gonna play it for you real quick. It's only like 40 seconds. Let's check it out. Let's listen. Very cool, you know? I just played the beginning of that real quick for you so you can remember it afterwards. Obviously, they sampled it. Obvious, man. All day long. Good sample. Good sample. All right, there it is. All right, bring it back. Bring it back. You know? Did we bring it back? We brought it back. Very good. That's awesome. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I love, to be honest with you, I mean, I love when all musicians sample video game stuff. Because, like, look, there's just a library, just a litany of things that you can sample from. And so I'm just like, they were doing it back in 1993, you know? Fantastic. Like, I did play Eternal Champions as a kid, and I did listen to Bone Thugs and Harmony as a kid. So it's like, tie it together. Tie it together. Like, absolute fantastic. We need a placeholder gift here. That way I can remember my spot. I put the placeholder gift in there to break up the sequencing on this side. I mean, you guys can't see. You can now. You see where it says placeholder gift? That's where I am breaking up my sequencing. And I put some notes in here so I remember what to talk about. Because I learned very quickly on in OTL that I can't remember all this. Shut up, Carrison. Placeholder gift. I do tend to say a hidden T at the end of GIF whenever I talk. I'm an old Florida hillbilly, all right? So it comes with the territory. As we talked about before, when we were talking about the box art, the hashtag best pronunciations. That's right, I have the best pronunciations. Absolute best. As we talked about the box art, it was painted by Julie Bell, and she entitled it Invincible Team, which it's kind of a weird name. It's kind of a weird name for me. Like, I think that's kind of a strange thing to call it, but guess what? It's Julie Bell. She can call it whatever the fuck she wants to call it, okay? She has earned her gamer cred. Like, while we're still talking about Six Reads Wikipedia to you, despite a few inconsistencies, like an Atlantean, because there is a character who hails from Atlantis, the sunken underwater continent, knowing capoeira, it's not often you see video games actually explaining the background of martial arts. Not even Street Fighter does that. And that's what I was talking about before, is that like every character in the game has their martial arts style. And then there's like a little blurb, a little dossier that explains about the martial arts. And I'm just like, look, fighting games were not doing that back then. Fighting games are not doing that right now, you know? So like attention to detail. The developers, they put the work in. Nuance, you know? While we're talking about Eternal Champions, there's no way that we can talk about Eternal Champions without talking about some of the behind the scenes for Eternal Champions in terms of a company and a corporate conglomerate, what was going on with Sega. It was one of the best-selling games on Sega's ill-fated CD system. They basically did a DLC for Sega CD, and they improved a lot of the balance, added some more movies, added some more characters, And so, you know, it came out for the Sega CD as well. But the series would come to an end due to infamous infighting between Sega American and Japanese branches, with the decision being made to support just one flagship fighting series in the company, which ended up being Virtua Fighter. Or if you're like me, at 11 years old playing Virtua Fighter, you called it Virtual Fighter. More about that in just a second. Like, bingo, new ants. Old ants, any cougar may apply to Freddy. Freddy Rugabegas in the chat. Now, we just touched up on it a little bit, but despite strong sales and an interest from other companies to create toys, comics, cartoons, and other tie-in merchandise, Sega of Japan put a stop to Eternal Champions early on. They wanted Virtua Fighter to be the company's flagship fighting game franchise and believed that Eternal Champions would eat into its potential player base and lower Virtua Fighter sales. To this end, they forbid Sega of America from creating a full sequel for the Sega CD, leading to the Challenge from the Dark Side, that's the Sega CD DLC, enhancement of the first game before completely giving the franchise the axe before the Sega Saturn was released. This would come back to bite Sega Japan, as there hasn't been a new Virtua Fighter game that isn't an updated re-release since Virtua Fighter 5 until Ryu Ga Gotoku Studio announced an all-new game in December 2024. So you could have been the champion, kid. You could have been the champ. But, you know, in-company executive infighting led to Eternal Champions never really getting the apex, the pinnacle that it kind of deserved. I would love a remake of the Eternal Champions game. You could have been a contender. That's right, bingo, you got it. Like, and the SOA, SOJ war has been talked about all over the place on the internet, and widely talked about at length over who is to blame for basically Sega kind of getting out of the hardware console system game. And so, like, who is to blame and for what? That's up to you. Their Sega of Japan definitely did some shit that hampered and put some obstacles in the path of Sega of America's success. Sega of America, they kind of got a little full of themselves after being a rival contender to Mario, which, again, justly, they earned the right to have a large head, you know? Sega of Japan kind of pushed some hardware that wasn't really beneficial to Sega, namely the Sega CD, the Sega 32X, the way that they handled the Saturn. So the truth, it's somewhere in the middle on who is to blame for Sega getting out of the console market and just becoming a software developer. It's up to you. You decide, America. You decide. Oops, did the wrong one. There we go. Come over here. Bada bing. We have, no, that's it. That's actually it. That's all of our miscellaneous trivia. And you know what that means, boys? We are going on to our next segment. And boys, where is it? Where is it? Oh, why did it scroll all the way down? I need to be milked. Who's got the milk? That's right, boys. We are moving on to our next segment. Thank you for the milks. Boys, bathe me in a wave of calcium. All your milks. We're going on to the next segment here on Outside the Lens, and the next segment is the secondary market. And that's when we do a little bit of chat interactivity. And I ask you, chat, to list your guesses on what Eternal Champions for the Sega Genesis, the Mega Drive, what is it getting on the secondary market? SIB prices, complete in box, game, box, manual. List your guesses in chat, and we do Price is Right rules here. Whoever is closest without going over wins a point, and that's how we do. And so the streamer is asking for participation. Feed the streamer. Play his games. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for logging your bets. Who can be closest without going over? Bada bing. Well, in order to... I'm definitely going to lose my voice before the end of the stream. In order to do the secondary market, we got to have a proper transition, you know? I hope you guys enjoyed Ted DiBiase's jump scares. And we're back. We're back in the secondary market, boys. What is Eternal Champions getting on the secondary market? Let's find out. We got some guesses in chat. We got Carrison, 46 milks. Rob says $19 or 19 milks and 46 cents. Apathy Jesus, AJ says 15 milks. Armor says 51 milks. Who will be closest without going over? Let's find out. You guys ready? Let's find out. I was a little surprised. Because it ain't going for shit. Not a goddamn thing. Holy Lord. I was like, Eternal Champions? Complete? Less than a 20? Wow. I'm guessing it had a wide distribution release. You know, I mean, if it had money in 7-Eleven, definitely they were pushing it. But I was surprised. Loose, it's going for $7. Complete. Complete in box, $15. Brand spanking new, covered and smothered in the cellophane, $92. Graded, even graded is pretty cheap. It's more than I would ever spend on a retro video game, or any video game for that matter. But $337 graded. You can get yourself a graded copy of ET, or ET. No, you don't want a graded copy of ET, no. EC, you know, just the box, $7. Just the manual, $6. Low prices. Pretty good if you're a collector. Pretty good, you know, not bad. Who was closest without going over? That would be AJ. AJ is our winner today for Eternal Champions. On the money, on the mark. Like only 16 cents off. And I round down. So, you know, like he was right on the mark. AJ, you are our winner today. You get a point. Not represented anywhere on the stream. Not yet. Not yet. We're in the makings right now to figure out a point system. There's going to be 2 point systems. One is going to be for the doors, and that's going to be a cumulative, collective point system where it doesn't give you individual points. It just goes to a tally. So if you get 100 points at the end of the calendar year, 100 door points at the end of the calendar year, you get a door prize, which is going to be a special stream. And I know what the special stream is going to be. And then we're going to have an individual point system for the secondary market where it will tally your individual points each time you win the secondary market. So you guys can have bragging rights and you can get competitive with one another. So that's what we're doing. Carrison, the box should be worth more than the art. Yeah. It's just like, I was like, oh, Lord. More because of the art. Yeah, no, I agree. Like just in terms of visual representation, you get some Julie Bell signature artwork. The box should definitely be worth a little bit more than, well, the box is actually worth more than the game loose. So, John, there's a cardboard variant that's worth more than. Is there, John? Hold on, let me look that up real quick. I'm gonna look that up live on the stream. I want to see if they have it. Give me 1 second, boys. Let me look it up. I'm looking it up. Let's see here. Eternal Champions. Do this. There we go. Come over here. Let me see if they got the cardboard variants. Like Eternal Champions. Bada bing. Mega Drive percentages. Is it this one? It is. Okay. John knows what he's talking about. Did I switch over? Oh, I don't. Fuck me. That's not what I wanted. Let me come back over here real quick. Let me do this real quick. There we go. Now you guys can see. Okay, now you guys can see. I think John's talking about cardboard box or the ASCII pad. Special value, free control pad included. Okay, the free control pad included is $152 complete. It comes with a controller, so a 6-button controller. And then the cardboard box variant, I think that's what John's talking about, It's worth a little bit more at $52. Wow. No shit. No shit. Well, thank you for bringing my attention to that, Johnny. I appreciate you, brother. Man, what is going on with my overlay here? There we go. I was like, we're having problems. We're having problems. Bingo, get enough points and your face gets stuck on the door. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's not a bad idea. Carrison, write that down. Steal Bingo's idea. Or a drawing of your face based on your username. If I could draw, I would do it, but I have some sort of weird aphantasia where I can't see visual images in my brain, so I'm not a very good artist. I like drawing, I like doodling, but I'm not an exceptional artist by any means, you know. Like, but we'll take submissions. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. AJ, Redeem, say something nice about Trip Hawkins. I have nothing nice to say about Trip Hawkins other than the fact that his name is just painfully, brutally 90s edgelord. Trip Hawkins. He sounds like a video game protagonist. Like, Carrison, apparently Julie Bell also makes fantasy art trading cards. Are you for real? Damn, are they expensive? Because, like, if not, that sounds cool as fuck. Techie, step 1, buy complete game. Step 2, sell manual box and cartridge separately. Step 3, profit. You are correct, Rob. You piecemeal it out, you know? You leave no meat on the carcass, and you even use the carcass itself. Just like the indigenous Native Americans. Like, boys, it's time. It's time. It's time to segue to our last segment before the actual gameplay, and that would be the Peppercorn Casino. Here we go. All right, boys, we've made it. We are in the Peppercorn Casino. In just 1 second, Carrison will open up the Peppercorn Casino so that you can gamble your channel points for the opportunity to win more channel points. There it is. The Peppercorn Casino is open. If you think that I will think that Eternal Champions is a good game, then vote yay. If you think that I will think that Eternal Champions is a bad game, then vote nay. Belly up to the bar, boys. Cast your bets. Win Peppercorns channel points by gambling your Peppercorns channel points. Push them all in, boys. You don't have to gamble 10. You can gamble whatever you want. You can put your number in. And if you can't find it for whatever reason, go to the channel points redeems, and that's where it is. That's where the prediction is. It's just a prediction, you know. Like, by all means, always, always, always participate in the Peppercorn Casino. We have had people in the past bet 10 peppercorns and then win 11,000. I was just like, we're gonna have to raise the price of some of these redeems when we institute them. So, Carrison, face doors added to the list of to-dos. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a good idea. It's a good idea, especially because, I mean, the door system is, it's basically, it's just chat participation, you know, it's chat interactivity. We are rewarding chat for being here and breaking my brain with puns, you know? And so, like, actually having an element of interactivity with their face on it's not a bad idea. Bingo's got a good idea there, right there. Like, we will steal it accordingly. All right, boys. We're done with all the talky parts. We got to take a brief pizzo mezzo. I have one commercial, and then I have a long length video. It's an 8-minute video. We're not gonna watch all 8 minutes, but we were talking earlier about the death scenes, the fatalities, and it's a compilation of the death scenes in the game. And so I'm gonna play it for a couple of minutes to let you guys get a taste and the feel for Eternal Champions, you know? Because Lord knows you're not gonna see any of them when I do the game, because I don't remember any of the fatalities. That's for goddamn sure. So, all right, let's take it over. We're gonna do a commercial and then the pizzo mezzo. Let's do it, boys. Let's check it out. Let's see what we got here. My mouse is it broke the other day, so.
Eternal Champions is good.
Wait. Hold on. I think I forgot. Yep, I did. Okay. Yep. See, I caught myself. I didn't commentate it, so I forgot. I got to crank up the audio so you guys can hear it. You know, you guys need to hear the actual commercial. We're just going to skip past this guy's ad for his own channel. We're stealing his content.
Eternal Champions is gonna eat your old fighting games for lunch. No wonder it has 9 huge warriors, 3 training modes, and over 315 martial arts moves. Bon appetit. Eternal Champions, only on Sega Genesis.
Hell yeah. Tremendous commercial. Tremendous. Okay, good. I did switch over. I wanted to make sure I switched over. All right, boys. This is an 8-minute video. We're not going to play all of it, but we are going to play some of it so you can get a taste of the actual fatalities in the game because, again, this comes from the Sega CD version. A lot of the fatalities are similar to the Mega Drive version, the Sega Genesis version. It's better quality visuals, so that's why I went with this one. All right, let's check it out. Sorry for the long wait, boys. I just wanted to... Oh, I love this one. This is my favorite. Can't fuck with that ticket taker. Holy shit. All right, boys. Oh, wow, I went a long time. I tried to give it as long as possible so you guys could see the fatalities because, again, like I said, you are not going to see it while I play. Like, I don't remember any of the fatality commands. And with the stage fatalities, it's a little wonky sometimes because you got to have for some of them, they have to be like frame perfect, like to set them up. So Garrison Chad demands more gore. Bingo, someone just carries a dinosaur with them and a friggin' rock boulder, more like it. Did the fatalities only work on certain stages? Every stage has a fatality. Like, every stage has a fatality. The characters themselves have their own individual unique fatalities, but every stage also has a stage fatality. Like, all right, boys, let's get into the game. Let's check it out. The wreck, yeah, I don't take this out of context, but I was thinking she was gonna get run over or something. I was busy hanging out in the construction, grounds construction site bathroom portalet that we got going on over here. Harrison will know what that's about. No, don't flush it, baby. Just I'll pee on your pee. Hold on. Let's check this out real quick. That was one of the. I just want to see if there are different ones. Oh, it drained all the life force out of the Sega. All right, we'll do one more. I just want to see one more. We already saw that one. I want a different one. Give me a different one. There we go. Hell yeah. Bring it to the ladies. We love it. We love it. All right, boys. Let's see if we got ourselves an intro. And if we do, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to lay out. So let the intro play. That music is a little suspect. Nice. Love the animation there. Okay, just like I said, you know, a little bit of a text scroll. But at least we have something to look at, you know? They gave us something to see. My purpose in this grand scheme is to maintain the balance between good and evil, light and darkness, hope and despair. Now this balance has been lost, and this very fabric that holds the world together will be torn apart. Your future, my present, has been destroyed by a cruel and unjust twist of fate. 9 individuals from various periods in time were killed before their lives could affect this dark existence. I have observed each of their short lives and have been powerless to stop the chaos. This is a lot! I have spent the centuries harnessing my power for this very moment. I'm not reading all this. You can read this. Jesus. I forgot how long the expo dump was. Only one may live, so that the balance may again be achieved. Let the contents begin. It's an interesting plot as far as fighting games go, because you have an entity, may or may not be a good guy, maybe a bad guy, and he's giving the fighters basically a chance to resurrect, to go back to their time period, to live again, you know, eternal. So Oh man, you can hear the old Toe Jam and Earl kind of like audio drivers going on here. What is information? Okay, this is what we're talking about with the fighting. Hell yeah, there we go. Look at that, they're giving a dossier for the actual fighting styles themselves. Muay Thai, some Muay Thai. Love it. We got Muay Thai, we got Kempo, known as the fist method. We got Savat, Penkak Salat, form of hand and foot fighting. We got Pain, his fighting style is Pain. my favorite fighting style. Capoeira, the Brazilian form of combat. It's a little anachronistic there, but it's fine. It's fine. Hapkido, cane fighting, love it. Non-violent. Muay Thai in that beef style. It is beef style. Muay Thai. We got some Jeet Kune Do, love it. Representing Bruce Lee here. Praying Mantis Kung Fu, not bad, not bad. And Taijutsu, Ninjutsu. See, that's super cool. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do that. Let's check out our onions. What we got for onions? 6 button, that's fine. Mapping it, normal. Everything else should be fine. We'll just figure it out as we go, boys. All right, let's take a look. See the battle room. You guys want to see the battle room? Yeah, let's talk about the battle room real quick. We have options for the battle room too. Like this is a lot of intricacy for just a training mode. But let's check it out. We talked about it. Let's be slash. Let's be all about paint. Look at this shit. Look at this. This is a lot. Let's turn it. Can we turn them all on? No, you can only turn certain ones on. Okay, so you turn certain ones on, they turn off other ones. Let's check out floor buzzsaw. I want to see what that's all about, you know? All right, let's try it. Okay. Nice. Can we interact with it? Coward. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, shit. I don't know what happened there. I'm not sure. There we go. Okay, we get it. How do we get out of here? All right, we'll just reset. We could just reset. They don't have a way. You have to die in order to get back to the main menu screen. That's fine. I want to see the Sega again. Nice. Love to see it. See, man, people were talking shit about the sprites and saying the sprites were not good. I disagree. I think the sprite work looks awesome. Like, fantastic. All right, let's play an actual story mode. Practice? No, we're gonna enter the contest. We gotta take it to our ladies. We gotta bring the love to our ladies. Shadow and Larson were my favorite characters from the game when I played it as a kid. You guys are gonna see me absolutely suck though, so get ready in that regard. And if I remember right, it uses Street Fighter controls. So quarter circles, half circles, shuriken methods, you know, the kinds of things that you would expect from a fighting game. Thank God they didn't try to do something weird like, you know, SNK, where they're doing 4 different diagonals followed by, you know, more consonants in the English alphabet. Like, right off the bat, I mean, it's a Sega fighter, so it's not the greatest in terms of fluidity and collision work. Sega, not exactly renowned for their fighting games. Ooh, we timed out. I won though. Nice. We're stuck behind a pole. Can't see Shadow. Not exactly the most fluid and responsive, but functional, you know? Not bad, not terrible. I wish I knew my move list. There we go. Half circles. Looks like she's got half circles. Bada bing. Did you guys ever get down with Eternal Champions? Did you ever play it as kids? You guys have any resonant memories of Eternal Champions? I have no idea how and where to do the overkill move for the stage. Like I said, some of them are kind of like frame perfect. You gotta line them up right on it, you know? And again, the actual special moves, you have a limited amount in which you can use them. And then once that amount is out, you can see the little yin yang symbol. That's your, oh, we lost that round. That is your indicator of your special move bar, which not the greatest. I don't like having restrictions on special moves in fighting games. It's not, I'm not a fan. I do not like, but you know, it was the 90s, you know, they were figuring it out. It took time, but not bad. Sound design, I mean, the music, you know, other than a few games, Sega, again, Genesis, not, you know, everybody's not gonna go goo goo gaga for the actual music. I think the music is functional. The actual sound effects, they sound sat on, you know, sounds like someone's sitting on the driver, but it's functional, it works. Visually, I think it's super cool. Like, again, more of the same when it comes to the actual sprite work, the sprites themselves. Fluid animation though, I feel like the animation is not herky jerky or choppy, so. Oh man, we got some powerful Sega farts there. Love to see it. What's going on, Frederick Rutabagas? How we doing? It's pronounced Saturn. Man, I can't wait till we start doing Saturn games. I have a love affair for Saturn. Like, Saturn had some legit bangers on this system, man. It's just unfortunate that they came out, right around PlayStation 1? So they just got overshadowed, you know? Oof, man, we got some Sega farts there. Definitely got some Sega farts there. He's turning on his Pip Boys, taking off the sunglasses, even animated him, dangling them over his elbow. Love to see it, absolute. All right, if I die, I'll change character. You doing the fart noise? The fart redeem? I don't have one of those. It is hilarious though. Everybody who does have one, like streamers, I go literally goo goo gaga for it, you know? Like, did you guys get down with fighting games at all during the 16-bit era? Did you guys play a lot of fighters? The Lord knows me and Beef did. My brother Judgmental Beef, holy shit. Every weekend was just a tradition of bitching and arguing with each other because somebody would be playing cheaply, you know? AJ, if Freddy was Australian, would he have been Freddy Drongo? The dingo ate you, baby. Like, that's pretty much all I know about Australians is Seinfeld references. Like, that and oi, oi, oi. Frederick, I love Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat, but sucked at both. I still am to this day. I'm a huge Street Fighter fan. Like, I love, love, love Street Fighter. Like, I will play the shit out of Street Fighter. I've never, other than being a teenage edgelord, did it knock us back? We go back? That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. You go down the ladder if you lose a match. Okay, they could have done away with that. Okay, Capoeira. Just like Eddie Gordo from Tekken, you know? Like, you had Killer Instinct for the Game Boy? You poor bastard, Freddy. You poor bastard. That's, oh no, I don't want. They don't have a cancel button too. That kind of sucks. I want to go back. I don't want to fight. No. I don't want to do practice. I want to go back to arcade. Give me arcade. Man, I played the shit out of Killer Instinct though. Oh. Nice, love it. So far, all my entertainment is essentially just the fact that the characters are blowing up the Sega logo, you know? Other than being a teenage edgelord, I did play Mortal Kombat. I was not really a fan of Mortal Kombat. I mean, I love the fact that it was brutal and violent for the time. We gotta bring it to our ladies. I love the fact that it was brutal and violent for the time, but as far as like gameplay goes, Mortal Kombat has always sucked, you know? I know now it's much more respectable, you know, but what are her moves? What are her moves? Is she a charge character? I don't know what she is actually. Okay, she has there an anti-air, a weird one though. But yeah, I've always been a Street Fighter main all the way through. Like, me and Beef, we will still get down with some Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Like, absolutely love that game. Every bit of that game. Okay, so Jetta's actually kind of cool. It seems like she can string together combos, and that's that's the other thing, is that playing old school fighters, you know, I know Street Fighter 2 basically brought on the combo system by accident. It was a programming error, and they just went with it. So there's not really like a whole bunch to do when it comes to combos, you know? And so you can maybe string together a bread and butter, but that's it really. Not a whole bunch, you know? I can't even figure out her fucking specials though, man. I'm doing quarter circles and half circles, and I'm getting nothing out of this, man. Not a goddamn thing. There we go. I'm like, AJ, I hate Mortal Kombat because using a button to block is heresy. I agree with you, brother. Agree. And, you know, me being, oh shit, what a throw. That was awesome. Me being a meathead gamer, we don't block. We are all unga bunga. We are all aggro, all aggressive. We don't take time to block. And at this point in time, you get the idea. There it is. That's the joy of Outside the Lens, is that at any point in time, I can just rage quit out of it, you know? We got to keep the show moving here, boys. We got to keep the show moving. We got 2 other games to get through, and we're already 2.5 hours through this one, so we got to keep it moving. I'm just here to deliver a sample, just a sampler course, so that you guys maybe, you know, you want to get into Eternal Champions on your own. Maybe give it a little look-see of your own, you know? And so I'm just here to just to pay tribute. That's all that we're doing. That's all that we're doing here. Lord. Criteria number 1 for the unspecified amount of time in which I played this game: was I entertained? Kind of. It's an old, dusty video game. Like, it has aged. It's got some wear on it. It has a fine patina of old skin cells on it, you know? But there are redeeming, entertaining elements to it, as evidenced me stimming out over the fact that the characters interact with the Sega logo. I think that's notable and memorable. As I said during the trivia, in terms of it being a fighting game, not the best. Not the best. They were trying. And we give them props and kudos. All the credit in the world over the fact that they were trying. They were trying new stuff, you know? But in terms of execution, it's a little dusty. So I would say I was kind of entertained, you know? It's not the best. It's not. We knew that going into it though, you know? We knew that it wasn't going to be, you guys see all my pills. Like, we knew that it wasn't necessarily going to be the best in terms of gameplay, you know? I gotta take something for a headache. My head is pounding right now, boys. We gotta take something. Like, I used to chew up my ibuprofen and chew up my Tylenol. I don't do that anymore. Hits you faster. So, I would say kind of, as it pertains to, you know, entertained. Kerosene, such an old man thing, Lamau. You shush it. I've seen it. You take your pills with no water. I don't know how you do that. My throat is always so dry and cracked out from talking all fucking day long that, you know, I can't take medicine without, you know, like, without the ample lubrication. Kerosene, have to chew my baby aspirins. I haven't been taking baby aspirin lately. I stopped. It was thinning out the blood too much. I was bleeding all over the place. John, you played a lot of Killer Instinct. Did you play in the arcades, John, or did you play on the Super? I did both, but I probably played much more on the actual Super itself. But goddamn, man, I love playing some Killer Instinct in the arcades, though. Whew. On the SNES, makes sense. I mean, that was probably the more viable option for everybody, because not everybody's arcade had a Killer Instinct stand-up, arcade cabinet by any means. So, like, only my garlic pills, they're tiny. They are tiny. Your garlic pills are tiny. Like, I delivered Carrison's garlic pills to her while she's streaming. She's gotta keep the vampires away. Criteria number 2. Now that I played this game, does my memory of it exist outside the lens of nostalgia? No. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm using current day shitty gamer goggles to review old games. It does not. Like I said, it's dusty. The actual gameplay itself, it's one of the better Sega Genesis fighters, but that's a very low bar to traipse over, It's one of the better ones. It is responsive. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of lag and jag and delay in throwing out your moves. That's great. That's fantastic. But does it live up to the nostalgia? No, I had much more of a funner time playing it as a child than I do now as a 67-year-old man. It's aged. And I know the argument out there is like, well, the game didn't age, you did. And it's like, yes, but now knowing what I know about video games, am I able to enjoy it, for the 7 minutes that I play it on OTL? And this one, not so much, not so much. The nostalgia has not carried it. There still is fond nostalgia about it, regarding it, but in reality, it's not the greatest fighting game out there. There are better ones, but in terms of notable quality and the things that they were trying to do, all the flowers. Give it all the flowers. So that being said, we got to answer your prediction here, boys. We got to answer your prediction. Is Eternal Champions a good game? Boys, if you voted nay, you're getting channel points. You're getting channel points. Granted, again, it is my subjective, objective opinion. But in terms of whether it is good, I would say no. It's not a good game. It's not a turd. It's not a bad game. But I would not say it is a good game, Just in terms of how it feels while you're actually playing it. And the fact that you get knocked down a peg if you lose a match, that kind of fucking sucks. That means that your single player campaign is going to take... Let the motorcycle go past. Your single player campaign is going to take forever and a fucking day, Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. 1,336 or 1,361 channel points goes to Armor. Choke on him. Choke on him, Armor. And there we go, boys. There we go. Like, that's 2 games down. 1 game to go. Baby! Carrison! When you get a chance, can you get me some water? I still got half a bottle, so I'm good. But just next time you go down, please. Oh, shit, we don't have any protein bars either. Shit. Starting to get hungry. All right, moving on, boys. Moving on. We got 1 more game, 2 more games. The next one, there is a good amount to talk about. Not as much as the Eternal Champions, but definitely some things to talk about when it comes to our next game. And in order to start all that, we have to go to box art. Graphic design is my passion. All right, boys. We got some box art here. You guys want some box art? I got some box art. There it is. Bada bing. It's a big one. It's a big one. I made it big. I included the back of it for a reason. Guys, looking at this box art, do we see any verbs? We see any verbs on this box art? We certainly do. We certainly do. Before I talk about the verbs and the criteria, I just want to talk about the back of the box art. I think the back of the box art is exceptional. I think the front of the box art is exceptional. By the way, I know we just got done talking about it. This is another box art that was done by Julie Bell. Julie Bell that we just saw for Eternal Champions. She did this one too. This is her. The back of the box art, I just want to talk about the back of the box art. I applaud the back of the box art because they are not giving you a wall of fucking text to read. They're literally keeping it to 4 words, maybe 5 words minimum. Minimum. And they're giving you a lot of screenshots, and they're giving you screenshots that are not assembled in a 2x2 square in the right-hand corner. So I give Splatterhouse 3, the back of the box art, I give it all the kudos and all the credit over the simple fact that they did something different, you know? And then the box art itself, we'll talk about the review. AJ, I actually love this game. I do too. I love the Splatterhouse series. Splatterhouse 2 is obviously where I jumped in because I didn't have... What was Splatterhouse 1 on? Was it on the NEC? Was it on the PC 98? It was on one of those computer systems. I didn't have it, so I started playing Splatterhouse 2. And okay, and I'll probably talk about this too. The gameplay in Splatterhouse, not the most remarkable, but in terms of ambiance, in terms of sound design, in terms of theming, fantastic. Fantastic. It plays and feels like a horror game. It feels spooky, feels scary, you know? AJ, Splatterhouse, Wampaku Graffiti is neat too. Yep, we have done Splatterhouse, Wampaku Graffiti on a previous OTL for the NES. It was actually really good. Really good. Surprisingly good. Techie, that depends. Is visibly aroused a verb? You can see the bulge. You can see the bulge. It's you know, cascading into the left thigh. When you go to a tailor and they ask you, what is it? What is your part, or what side do you wear your pants on? They're asking you, where do you put your penis when you were wearing pants? Do you put it on the left side or the right side? So there is action on this box art. We have these, we have the, what is it, the pig demon from Doom coming out of this this opening, this aperture, just basking and shrouded in golden urine light. You know, urinary light. Karrison 6 puts his on his left. Yep, I sure do. Yep. I had to check. I do. I have to wrap it around the thigh. It's so long, you know. But and then we have Jason, Rick Voorhees here. He is wielding an axe. He's getting ready to take a swing. Technically that's a pose, but it's an action-packed pose, so definitely counts. And just the font itself is blood, you know, and it's dripping down. That's action as well. So I do think this box art do be having some action. Now, criteria number 2, looking at this box art, does it encapsulate what the gameplay experience will be like? Splatterhouse is a side-scrolling beat 'em up. It is a beat 'em up game. So, like, you are going to be Rick, and you are going to have the terror mask on your head, and you are going to be slicing and dicing, ripping and tearing demons. So, yeah, I think this does do an efficacious job of encapsulating what the genre is going to be like. It gives you a sneak peek on what the gameplay experience will be like. So kudos. In terms of efficiency, I feel like this box art is perfect, front and back. I think it is very apropos to the genre. And so no complaints, none. And also, again, Julie Bell did it, and she did a tremendous, fantastic job. Look at this monster in the background. This monster's hands are bleeding into the Genesis side Chiron. Like, just, we know Julie Bell, she's really good at, you know, drawing muscular, bulky, you know, like giant muscled, rippled people. But she's also apparently good at drawing demons and monsters, because this monster is fucking scary looking. Kind of looks like an American bulldog, but, you know. So I think the box art is tremendous. Now that we're talking about box art, we talk about the Japanese box art. I think the Japanese box art, it also fucks. I think the back of it is a little less efficacious, but you know, I still think it's cool in terms of setting the scene. And then the box art is it's more zoomed out in the Japanese version, and also it's a different font. Like the font is a little bit different, and there's more emphasis on Julie Bell's artwork on the Japanese version. The saturation is the contrast is more rich, it's more lush, and also you can see a little bit more of it because it's zoomed out. There's an actual, you know, staircase banister, you know, the handrail, which you had to have that in there, you know, it was necessary for the art. AJ, that monster has brains for eyebrows. Does. That's whenever Karrison explains the surgery to me, that's exactly what my face and brain look like. Trying to visualize it in my brain while she's talking about it, I'm just like. While we're talking about arts, we got to talk about promotional materials. There's only one. And Karrison, I usually have to draw it for him. Well, the good thing is that if you're dating an artist, they can do that. They can do that. Because some of us cretins who have burnt out our photoreceptors in our eyes and brain through copious amounts of drugs, we need the visual reference. And now this promotional advertisement, it is just a reiteration of the box art, you know? And normally I would say that's lazy. But for Julie Bell and her artwork, I think it is appropriate. I think you can just post the box art on your magazine advertisement and it's more than satisfying. And I think this is a good amount of words to screenshots ratio here. So again, no notes, fantastic. I think it's efficient. I think it does what it's supposed to do. All right, boys, let's go ahead and switch over to the actual miscellaneous trivia section where we talk about trivias. You guys want some trivias? I got some trivias for you. Got a couple of them. Definitely got a couple of them. Let's do right here. There are regional differences between the Japanese version and the American version. The US version added text explaining the basics of the games after you start. So on the left here, it is the Japanese version. Oh, thank you, baby. You jump scared me with the hand coming out of nowhere. And I was like, oh God. And I was like, I thought I locked the front door. And so here on the left side, it's more cryptic. If you wander aimlessly, you will surely fail in your quest. Whereas on the right side, it is more of a tutorial, like a commonplace tutorial explaining the mechanics of the game. Karrison lol, and he says I get scared easily. Well, we're playing a spooky game. It's scary. So they had to dumb it down for us Yanks, which appropriate. Another regional difference, they made the game easier for us Yanks. Some tweaks were made to the gameplay when the game was localized outside Japan, most notably. The spin kick was made more powerful, and the button inputs for special moves were switched around. Moves that subtract from Rick's powered up form no longer do so. Time limits are shorter. And then in the emulated ROM version of the reboot, the digitized cutscene pictures were completely redone. I didn't see any of them. I didn't go looking for them either, but you know, so I don't have any visual references there. But like normally when they make a game easier for the American release, I protest that sort of thing. But Splatterhouse 2 was harder than Battleship Steel. So me being a shitty gamer, I'll take anything you want to give me. Anything to make it easier for me. You guys have seen me play video games. Here's a comment. Just want to highlight and emphasize this. This is the first level boss, I believe. And this is a notable boss. I think this is the third game. It might be the second game. Anyways, it doesn't matter. This is a notable boss because this boss is eating human corpses. Literally just chowing down, snacking down on them. And like, that's notable, not necessarily just because of the fact that he's eating human corpses, but if you look all around here, there is out and out dismembered women parts all over the place, which again, for 1992, 1993 Sega Genesis, it's like, I'm just like, wow, they did that. I mean, you got limbs, you got heads, you got entrails. Everything's right out there in the open. They're not trying to do a gory, discretionary shot. You know, like, also this graphic is also notable and noteworthy because this is also Karrison slaughtering a bag of Miss Vicky's jalapeno chips when I come down in the kitchen and she's in the corner. Miss Karrison loves the Miss Vicky's jalapeno chips. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Bingo, if they're already dead, he's providing a useful service. I agree. Cutting down on the plague and contagion. Also, the lessening the amount of stink in the area. Somebody, give this monster a badge of honor. AJ, you know it's a serious meal if you're eating a crouch in a corner like a goddamn gremlin. Karrison, you want to weigh in on that? We have a placeholder diff. Now the plot to Splatterhouse 3. The game takes place about 5 years after the event of Splatterhouse 2. Rick and Jennifer have since married and have a son named David. Rick has also become successful on Wall Street and has bought a mansion in Connecticut, putting the memories of the terror mask behind him. Meanwhile, the mask feels the ancient energy that it recalls from ages past and begins to speak to Rick. Rick must don the mask for the third time and fight the monsters that have invaded his mansion. Rick first fights to save Jennifer, who has been kidnapped by an entity known as the Evil One, but it is revealed that this was only a distraction when the Evil One took David. Bingo, and that's why Wall Street Kid is part 3 of this, part 4, maybe. I like that, Bingo. You did a callback joke, a circular joke. We applaud you, brother. We applaud you. Inside of Splatterhouse 3, the golden ending, I didn't post the endings. I should have. That probably would have been a smart choice, but I forgot. But the golden ending is the canonical ending. According to Bandai Namco, the canonical ending for Splatterhouse 3 is the golden ending, in which both Jennifer and David survive. There are 3 different endings in Splatterhouse 3 or maybe 4. Might be 4. I'm not sure. But one of them is everybody lives, and everybody lives happily ever after. Another one is Jennifer dies. Another one is just David, your son, dies. And another one, there's 4 endings. And another one is they both die. And then Rick is, haunted by the memories of his wife and child. AJ, are there any video game protagonists that have amnesia? You shush it. You shush it. That is a literal callback joke that hopefully everybody has forgot about now. Showered with gold, of course. You gotta bathe in the pee-pees. Now, Jennifer, within the series, is continually and constantly on the short end of the stick. Jennifer gets kidnapped and mutated into a monster. During her fight, she frequently transforms back and forth between this and her human form, and the process is clearly painful. She's dragged off to hell upon death and resides there for months before Rick rescues her in the sequel. She gets infected by a boar worm in 3 and has a good chance of becoming the nightmare-inducing mindless beast Jennifer. Even if you rescue her, she and Rick might lose their son David if you're too slow in rescuing him. All in all, Jennifer might be even worse off than Rick. And this is evidenced. We have some visual evidence here. I'm going to show you right now with the cutscenes that happen throughout the game. Splatterhouse 2 and 3, I could be wrong, they work on a time limit. So you need to save Jennifer and your son within a certain amount of time. You need to go through all the rooms within a certain amount of time. And if you don't, they die. They die. And I find Splatterhouse to be a very noteworthy series just for the simple fact that there are stakes. They present stakes to you, the gamer. And Splatterhouse is not afraid to deliver on the nightmarish outcome should you not succeed in those stakes. There are consequences if you do not play well. And as evidence here, your girlfriend turns into a mindless beast. Bingo, well done stakes. Ghastly. Microwave it, you know? You just take a good old ribeye, throw it in the nuker for 10 minutes. You're good to go. But as a kid, I remember seeing the boar worm in Jennifer moves under her skin. And I was just like, oh, that's gross. That's really gross. I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Now as an adult, big fan. Big fan. Big fan. Also, as I said before, Namco, they ain't fucking around. If you get a game over screen, Rick's character literally dissolves. My man melts. Falls apart. I'm just like, God damn. They ain't fucking around. I applaud them for that. I appreciate that. Bingo, some people would consider their girlfriend turning into a mindless beast a compliment. Some people would. Some people would. I would not. Just because I'm a very talkative person. I talk a lot. And Garrison also talks a lot. So the only caveat that me and Garrison have with our communication is that it's hard for both of us to get a turn, you know? Because we're usually ranting and raving and cussing and discussing. And sometimes we have to make sure to take pauses to allow the other person to interact and participate in the conversation. I do it to her, she does it to me. And so it was funny last night. This was going to be my cringe on tap, but it changed. We're going to give you two today. It changed because it was more topical with what was happening in chat, and I talked about that one. But my cringe on tap was going to be, last night we were busy. I was finishing up on OTL. Karison just got done doing 410s. It was her last day at work, and it was a hard day for both of us. And so like we were just rough. We were falling apart, and I came in there and I was just like, I have 10 minutes, baby. I put my phone down. I have 10 minutes before I got to go back to working on OTL so I can have it done before the morning. I have 10 minutes. Tell me about your day at work. 28 minutes later, Karison stopped talking. And it was funny because she was taking an antibiotic at the same time, and she had the pill in her hand, and she was talking about her day, and she was giving me a full encapsulation about her day, and she was talking with the pill in her hand for like 15 minutes. So she meant to go take the pill, but she was so enmeshed in her conversation and her retelling. And when I say the 28 minutes, we're talking 28 minutes non-stop. No breaths, no pauses. Riveting story. Like, the totally riveted. I was riveted. I was laughing. I was paying attention the entire time. But the girl knows how to hold court, and she did it in 28 minutes. And at the end of it, I was just like, well, thank you for that 28-minute update. So my cringe on tap was the fact that I gave her 10 minutes before I had to come back over here. And I was so enraptured with what she was saying that I stayed for a remaining 18 minutes to listen. Because I love her stories. I love when she tells me what's going on with her life. So, AJ, if you get the bad ending, you have to consume a poorly cooked London broil. Bad steaks. Bad steaks. I'll eat the fuck out of some London broil, though. Well done or bleeding. Like, I want it still mooing, me personally. But bingo, a slow-acting pill. She was absorbing it in her fingertips and her hands before she swallowed it, you know? By the way, is it right here? Yeah, we'll do the placeholder. Do we need a placeholder for this one? The cover art depiction of Rick Taylor's, no, we don't need the placeholder for this. That's right, I forgot. The cover art depiction of Rick Taylor's terror mask looks less like a Jason Voorhees hockey mask as it had on the previous covers of the games in this series. And this was most likely done to diffuse the comparisons of Rick Taylor to Friday the 13th's Jason Voorhees, which makes sense. Because if you are in the third iteration of your video game, you had better take some steps at that point to, especially if your shit is a direct ripoff, and it kind of is very much a ripoff of certain aspects of Friday the 13th. But if your shit is a direct ripoff, you better take some steps to have some plausible deniability later down the line. Like, just for lawsuit reasons, you know, just for litigation purposes. Like, and so they did. So they changed the mask, and here is the mask in the third game on the box art. And then here is the mask on the second game on the box art. And granted, the second game, it does look somewhat different than Jason Voorhees, but it is reminiscent enough to basically be like, we need to make something legally distinct. So, Karison's so shiny. That's right. Just like me and my sebum right now. I need to wash my face. Like, and that's all I have for the trivias, the miscellaneous trivias for Splatterhouse. And then that means, you know where we're going, boys. Boys! Where my milkies at? We're going to the secondary market. Thank you for the milks. Bathe me in your calcium. We're going to the secondary market. It is a segment here on OTL where we take a look at secondary prices and you guess what the game is getting on the secondary market. SIB prices, complete in-box, manual, box, cartridge. How much milk is Splatterhouse 3 getting on the secondary market? Let's find out. This is your chance, chat. AJ, yum yum, I love milk. I actually hate milk. I don't mind milk and other things, but just straight milk, drinking straight milk, wolf. I can't drink just a glass of straight cow mucus. I can't do it. This is your opportunity, chat. Post your guesses in chat for how much Splatterhouse 3 is getting on the secondary market. That's right, SIB prices. We're doing Prices Right rules. Closest without going over. All right, let's switch over. Let's transition. Here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Don't look at me taking a puff of cotton. You don't need to see that. You don't need to see that. I'm trying to be like Karison and hide it. She takes vape breaks on her Pizzo Mezzos. So you guys can't see her do it on stream. Me, I don't give a fuck. I do it on stream. I don't care. She has, you know, she has lies and slander. She has watchful eyes, you know. She has a reputation and an occupation to uphold, you know. I don't. I am gainfully unemployed, which, by the way, guys, if you want to come on down to the Discord, join the Discord, keep apprised, keep abreast of all of the slanderous photos and voluptuous photos that I post of slander, that I post of Karison in the cringe folder without her permission, then come join the Discord. Have a good time. Frederick Dango, Karison wouldn't vape. She's a medical professional. Look it up. You're correct, Freddie. You are correct. She never pinned it. She never puts poisons inside of her body. The only poisons she puts inside of her body, this poison. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And technically, not even that poison, because I had a vasectomy. Anyways, what is Splatterhouse 3 getting on the secondary market? Let's find out. We got some guesses in chat. Frederick Rutabaga said 166 milks. Karison said 146 milks. Techie said 92 milks. Bingo said 40 milks. AJ said 65 milks. Armor said 140 milks. Let's find out. What is SIB prices for Splatterhouse? Bada bing, holy shit. Splatterhouse 3 is going for a fair farthing. Loose, just the cartridge itself, 85 bucks. Splatterhouse 3 did not get a wide distribution like Splatterhouse 2 did, because I think, no, it wasn't towards Sega Genesis's end, because I think it was 92. It just didn't get a wide distribution. Not as wide as Splatterhouse 2 did, I believe. I could be wrong. Complete SIB, box, manual, and cartridge, $220. Holy shit. Brand spanking new, smothered and covered in the cellophane, $550. Graded, $6,563. Get the fuck out of here right now. Leave. That's way too much money. Way too much. That has to be an inflated, made up imaginary price, you know? Just the box, the cardboard box, $67. Just the manual, $88. That's right. Get out of here. There's the door. You're paying $6,500 for a Sega Genesis game? Give me your bank account number, because we are revoking your money privileges. Holy shit. The manual, just the instruction manual, $88. That's insane. Insane. Who was closest without going over? That would be Freddie Dingo. Frederick, you are our winner today. Thank you for stealing a point from Carrison. She is internally writhing and seething over the fact that you stole the Nepo point from her. Freddie, you get a point, brother. Congratulations. Don't spend it all in one place. Like, that is our secondary market, boys. All right, we got one more segment to switch over to, and we're gonna do it right now. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's right, boys. We have entered the Peppercorn Casino. Carrison has opened it up. If you think that I will think that Splatterhouse 3 is a good game, then vote yay. If you think that I will think Splatterhouse 3 is not a good game, then vote nay. Belly up to the bar, boys. Cast your bets. Win more peppercorns by gambling your peppercorns. 50-50 shot. What do you have to lose? Other than more channel points. And if you need more channel points, keep playing in the Peppercorn Casino. You'll get more. You'll get more. Bada bing. There it is. Carrison, nah, Freddy is more than allowed to win here. Nah, says who? Says who? Frederick doesn't get a lot of wins in real life, so we got to continue that momentum, you know? We got to steal his victories from him. Techie, look at Freddy wallowing in the muck of his own avarice. He does. He gets a little bit of soil and compost on there, wallows in it, just like a pig. Just like a pig. Cools him down, though. Keeps the sun off of him. When he's wearing that tea back in his rutabaga garden, arguing with neighbors. Never gonna let that joke go. We're gonna ride it directly into the ground. Les Poos. All right, boys, we got some commercials here. We have two commercials. They're short. And then we have a brief 2-minute pizzo mezzo. Because you know me, I drink a lot of coffee in the morning. Gotta take a leak, you know? Gotta take a leak. I'm like, all right, boys, let's mute the lo-fi. That's spooky. Have you had my webcam, Rob? Les Poos. No, all right, let's crank up the audio so you guys can hear. We got 2 commercials. We're gonna show you the commercials first, and then we'll show you the pizzo mezzo.
So, you want to know the story of Splatterhouse, the new horror video game for TurboGrafx 16? They say he stalks the old haunted mansion. They say he's looking for his girlfriend. They say his only weapon against the maggot-eating ghouls who took her is a 2x4. And you say you want to play this game? Splatterhouse. Only for the TurboGrafx 16 system from NEC.
That was a good ass commercial. That was a good promo, good advertisement. We got a Japanese advertisement. It's only 15 seconds long.
Welcome to Splatterhouse.
PC Engine Splatterhouse Namco.
Splatterhouse. That's right, PC Engine and the TurboGrafx. Boys, we can't talk about Jason Voorhees without showing you the original trailer for Jason X when Jason went to space. We gotta watch it, all right? We gotta get a content strike. Let's do it.
in the year 2455, on a routine training mission, a team of students is about to discover a life form frozen in time.
They're on their way back. Prepare for docking and power up the lab.
You brought him on board?
Everything's under control, ma'am.
What the hell is going on?
Jason Voorhees, that's what's going on. He's an unstoppable killing machine.
Guys, it's okay. He just wanted his machete back.
How do we get off the ship?
I don't know.
Look, we're gonna be all right.
What? Are you high? He's here. You have got to get them out of there.
Hey, Slappy.
I think we're finally okay.
What the hell is that? You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, wow.
He's been modified. Oh, you think? You guys might want to run. I don't think he's out there.
Why don't you just stick your head out and have a peek?
And now Jason is in outer space? Who does he think he is? A leprechaun? Or a critter? Or Pinhead?
I know I didn't make it back in time. Oh,
James
no,
Bond?
Lord.
This
What did I?
series has gone
What did I leave
way
you with here?
Too far.
No,
Back to being a grounded series.
no, I don't need this. We don't need any of this. No. No. Oh, you redeemed the game over machine, Freddy? Did it play? Or did YouTube swallow it up? Frederick Dango drank their own body weight in Hawaiian Punch and refused to pee for 26 hours, pummeling their bladder and kidneys into a Samoan TKO. Frederick, you gotta let the pee out, brother. You can't hold your wee for a wee. We're done that. We've learned our lesson. The whole hold your wee for a wee radio contest bit where a woman drank a whole bunch of water and then didn't pee for 26 hours and then died from water intoxication because basically her brain got full of water. Like it drowned her brain. That's how water works. That's how anatomy works. Like AJ, from what Karrison says about cleaning your bathroom, it's more like pisso miso. It's a pizzo miso, you know? We add it to our soup for flavor. You know? Look, you got to use what you got. You got to use what you got. I'm unemployed now. We got to save every penny. Like Karrison to AJ, true, but technically for 6 since he's the newly minted house waifu. That's true. I am a back porch cat. I'm the housewife. I make sure dinner's on the table as soon as Karrison gets home. Like I do actually pride myself on trying to get dinner on the table as soon as she gets home. I try to coordinate with her to make sure, you know. Like Frederick, Hawaiian Punch sounds grim. That would never happen. Have you ever had Hawaiian Punch, Freddie? Hawaiian Punch is delicious. Absolutely delicious. It makes your mouth numb after you drink it. And that's how you know that the cancer is spreading. Like Karrison, kidney function facts. Healthy kidneys can excrete about 800 milliliters to 1 liter of fluid per hour. Not mine. Not mine. Mine excretes 3,600. I'm just built different. Drinking more than this amount over a short period can overload the kidneys and lead to water intoxication. Correct. Or dilute down your urine for a drug test, you know? And make your girlfriend go psychotic with anxiety for 2 weeks. Understandably, it was legitimate concerns. AJ, Hawaiian Punch was better when it came in a can. I agree. I would still fuck with some Hawaiian Punch now. It's been a long time since I've had some. I kind of wonder how it tastes. If it tastes exactly as I remember it, you know? Bingo, regular punches can do that too. Karrison, can flavored punch. I talked about this the other day when I played Beat Saber, Run Saber I didn't play Beat Saber. I talked about it the other day. I was like, boys, I might have a problem. Because I used to be a person who hated wine. Absolutely hated wine. Because I was like, oh, it's salty prune juice. It's gross. But I think I'm becoming kind of a wine person now. I'm becoming kind of a wino. And the other day when I went to Whole Foods, I found some Lambrusco in a can. But it turned out to be actually really good. Like, I was surprised. So, all right, boys. If we got an intro, let's check it out. Okay. Some stroboscopic effects. Love to see it. Oh, did somebody redeem the moon phase? Me and Jennifer had the same eyes. That was good. That was good, Carrison. The moon cult, the moon remnants. We're no longer the moon cult. We are the remnants. That's a good rib. That's a good rib. That's a 6 original right there. I'll read it 1 second. Armor. Let me do the intro. I mean, the actual opening intro FMVs, like, they're pretty good for Sega Genesis. That was good. Armor kisses with a mouthful of room temperature Carrabba's oysters. I knew it. I knew it. Could smell it from here, Armor. That's why you ride on the horse, is to disguise the stank of room temperature Carrabba's oysters. Carrison, today is actually a waxing crescent moon with 26% illumination. Well, thank you. Thank you for the moon phase. Can't wait to you tinker with that redeem. Armor, Carrabba's. Armor. 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 Armor, did you already get a door this morning? I think you did, right? If you didn't, you're getting 2. Showing you the door, brother. That's a door. That's a door. All right, boys, let's play this game. Let's see what this game's all about. All right, we're skipping the intro. The intro was good. Splatterhouse 2's intro was better. And Splatterhouse 2's intro is longer, way longer. Normal, difficult, easy, difficult, game master. Well, obviously, I'm game master. Oh, we're gonna play on normal. We're gonna play on normal. Like, the Armor, if I did get a door this morning, I was framed. Armor! Armor! You're getting another door. You're getting another door. You did a door to being awarded a door. Jeez, Armor. You're becoming a monster like John. Absolute monster. All right, let's play this game. Like I said, the opening intro of Splatterhouse 2, I think it was better. It was more cinematic. And this one, it was good, but it's not as good. If you wander aimlessly, you will surely fail. There you go. Give him the big door. The biggest door. Absolute. He deserves it. To see yourself out. After completing a room, press the start button to reveal a map of the current floor. It's kind of weird that they're breaking into, like I said in the notes, a tutorial aspect for a spooky game. I don't know if I like that. Gather the power stones, save them for emergencies. I was like, this could be done through the instruction manual. Can we get some flavor with the story? The power of these stones can be released with the A button. It's just, I don't know, it's weird when you have a horror spooky mask telling you how to play the game. I don't like it. Whence your flesh will expand with a surge of power. I can't wait to maybe, perhaps, allegedly give my girlfriend a surge of power, you know? 3 pumps. AJ, I adore when I get a door. Please, sir, may I have some more? Disgusting. All right, see, there is a time limit. Okay, right off the bat, what we got here? Okay, control is good. It controls better than Splatterhouse 2 did. Right off the bat, controls better than Splatterhouse 2. Like I said, Jennifer cowers in hiding, avoiding capture from the monster. I mean, it's good. Like I said, there's stakes. You feel a sense of urgency. You need to get going. You need to rush, you know? The actual fighting itself it's a little on the generic side, you know? Until you power up, you basically just have your standard bread and butter punch combos, a jump kick, and a throw. And that's essentially it, you know? Until you power up. And we're almost there. We're powering up. I definitely do not remember the path to finding Jennifer. Every time I would play this game, I would never find her. Never find her in the amount of time that's necessary to do so, you know? But that's okay. Throw them around. Did you guys ever get down with Splatterhouse? Did you guys enjoy yourself some Splatterhouses, you know? If so, what were you guys' impressions of the game, you know? Because like I said, it's a gory-ass game for Sega Genesis, like 16-bit era, you know? Not a whole bunch of really like visible blood and horror games for that time, you know? Here and there, maybe a little bit, but not oodles and oodles. Like I said before, the gameplay itself is a little on the generic and basic side, but functional, you know? Much more enjoyable when you can actually power up Rick and you can use the Terror Mask. Notable, for bad reasons, no dash attacks, which sucks. Like you can't do forward dash, and it's not mapped to a button, so you are literally just walking forward, moving through. AJ, my friend had this game. I've never gotten to the end, even though I quite like it. It's extremely difficult. You are correct, sir. It's got hands. It's got some hands. We're revived. Thank God you don't lose your power in between lives, because it would make this game fucking impossible if that were the case, you know? I don't think there are any commands. No, there aren't. So, like, some beat 'em ups you can do like a Hadoken motion, quarter circle, and get some different moves, but not the case. It might be the case when we, oh, look at the, just floating heads, just hanging out, you know? Oh, there we go. It might be the case when we actually, you know, power Rick up, but as of right now, what you see is what you get. Oh, he's got the anti-airs? Son of a bitch. There we go. Power up, we're almost there. Oh, no, never mind. I forgot that you can actually just press the button. Okay, we're gonna, oh shit, that sucks. I forgot that if you press the button again, you're done. You don't get the hang on to it. You don't get to hold on to it. There he is! There's the boy! How we doing, Vicey? What's going on, man? Good morning to you, Vicer. That's right, the boy. Like, the one and only. The often imitated, never duplicated. We got Vicer7 in chat. How we doing, Vicer? What's going on with you? Like, can we get an exclamation mark, Vicer? For those who need to know who he is, because everybody needs to know who he is. He hates this, by the way. He hates getting supported. He never wants the attention on him. And so that's why we put it on him, you know? Vicer is beloved on this channel. Absolutely. Him and his heterosexual life mate, Yorkus, the bastard himself. Absolute great tag team. Go watch Vicer streams. Go hang out in his streams. He is a hilarious human being. All right, we're just beating him back and forth, Oh, shit. Vicer, you played Splatterhouse, right? Like, you were, I think, did you redeem Splatterhouse too? Or were you just enjoying it when I was playing it? I can't remember. Bada bing. As you can see, we're just going left to right, pummeling, you know? We're doing a pummel. So in that sense, gameplay does get a little dull and repetitive But in terms of control, control is so much fucking better than Splatterhouse 2. God damn, Splatterhouse 2, the main enemy, the biggest enemy of Splatterhouse 2 was platforming elements. That was the main enemy to that game. Can we find Jennifer? Uh-oh. The monster emits a foul smell and moves closer to Jennifer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did we find it? Yeah, we found it. Did we find it? Good music. Look at it. It's Kerosene eating some jalapeno potato chips. Nude. She does it only in the nude. We're gonna power up. Fuck this. Oh, look at that jump kick. Look at that. Duh. We got him in a loop, boys. We got him in a loop. I can't remember how to do the actual like spin kicks and different attacks. I'm pressing all the buttons. It's not working though. It's not working. Every time I see this boss, especially when he's eating, you know, his mouth's full of blood and everything, because he's been eating a lot of corpses. I always think of, oh, his head fell off. Oh no, the easier access. I always think of Toka from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. Nom noms? Nom noms. Like that's what I think of every time I look at him. And it's you know, it's appropriate. Boys, we only got 23 seconds. Can we save Jennifer? Oh shit. Come on, stop fucking around. We got him in a loop, boys. We got him on the run. 13 seconds. Oh shit, can we do it? No, throw his ass. Oh no, Jennifer's gonna be, oh, she's gonna get a boar worm. No, fuck, Jennifer's dead. God damn it, how the fuck are you supposed to beat this game in that amount of time? Cause like I found her, I didn't have a problem finding her, but like, it takes so long to like beat the enemies until they're dead that it's just like, shit, man. Rick stands in front of Jennifer's lifeless body. We didn't make it, boys. We didn't make it. Son of a bitch. Mask, he's killed her! Use your rage against him! Rick climbs the stairs to the second floor, his rage growing with each step. Mostly because he's got to use the fucking stairs, you know? I live in a third-story townhouse now. The allure of everything being upstairs it's worn off on me. My legs are growing more muscle though, so that's cool. I like that part, but everything else. Oof. All right, so you guys get an idea. Oh, we get a little pause jingle. That's what I look like when I roll out of bed in the morning, trying to scramble and get ready for OTL, just like that monster right there. What a remarkably okay game. Yeah, pretty much. It is a delightful and rapturous 6 out of 10. There we go. Now we do the spin kick. Why did that trigger now? I was gonna say, what the hell? How do you? I'm pressing all the buttons in different directions, and I'm not getting any spin kick, guys. Where's my spin kick, guys? I don't know where the spin kick is. Do we just hold down the button? Okay, is it forward, left? Oh, maybe it is. Or maybe you just gotta be a certain distance away from the enemy in order to pull it off. I don't know. Uh-oh. Rick, you will suffer, you will die, just like your precluse, wife. Don't be calling my wife precluse. You see what they're saying to you, Kerosene? Rick, ignore it. The evil one is using telepathy to stop you. Precluse. I like the cutscenes. I like the little cutscenes, you know? Like, okay, you guys get the idea, right? You guys get the idea. We provided the sampler. We got one more game to get through, boys. Bada bing, and we're back. Let me come over here. Disguise my throat noises so you can't hear it when I swallow into the mic. I did the wrong one, but we'll come over here to this one. And we'll bring back the gorgeous Julie Bell artwork. Bingo, I think it's a typo. Meant to type recluse. She lives in a cabin alone. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. We gotta redeem. We gotta redeem Carrison in the chat. Redeeming Bible Adventures Noah's Ark. So you can play all 3 versions since Shroom and Visa redeemed 2 of the 3. Well, we gotta have the perfect trifecta. The Son, the Ghost, and the Holy Spirit, you know? Like, it's necessary. It's necessary. It's you need it. You need it. Is it different? Is the NES one different than the other 2? I don't know. We'll find out. Bible Adventures. Well, if it isn't, baby, I'll refund you your points. And by me, I mean you. Noah's Ark. We got you in there, baby. That game sucks, though. All the Bible games are terrible. They are all NES. Wolf. 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 I thought there was a Super one, though. Noah's Ark 3D is a Super Nintendo one because it's a first-person shooter, and they modified the Wolfenstein 3D engine to do it. Basically, id Software gave them the licensing rights to make a Bible game out of it. You gotta make money. You gotta make money. Bingo, or she's an early larvae stage of louse. Oh man, just the word itself, louse, you know? Terrible, terrible. Carrison, the other one, Shroom also redeemed is different. Okay, that's the first person shooter one. Okay, not a problem. We got you in there, baby. We'll do some Bible adventure games. Probably the next OTL, just because I talk about the Bible so much. We have to, you know? It's necessary at this point, so. Criteria number 1, for the unspecified amount of time which I played this game, was I entertained? Not really, not really. Entertained is not the word. There are parts of the game that I find laudable and I think are worth talking about and worth noting. But in terms of entertainment, like gameplay, it's very by the books, rudimentary, early, you know, side-scrolling beat 'em up mechanics. So not exactly the most entertaining of games. So I would say no. I was not necessarily entertained. Now, I did play Splatterhouse 3 as a child, so criteria number 2. Now that we've played this game, does my memory of it exist outside the lens of nostalgia? No, it does not. It does not. Just like Eternal Champions, it has aged. It's got some dust on it. It's not a bad game. Not to spoil the prediction. It's not a bad game. So, like, I'm not gonna call it bad, functionally bad, but I definitely had more fun with it as a child than I did as an adult. And a lot of that is just, you know, as you play video games, especially beat 'em up, side-scrolling beat 'em ups, I was a huge fan of side-scrolling beat 'em ups as a kid. Not so much nowadays. The new Streets of Rage was really good. That was probably like the most recent side-scrolling beat 'em up that I've played that has resonated with me. It was the new Streets of Rage. But like, as a genre, you know, it can become very rote and monotonous and just very repetitive, especially if you don't have a lot of combos, you don't have a lot of moves. So I would say, you know, the memory core has suffered as a result of revisiting it. The nostalgia needs to be murdered. There are still certain parts of the game that I'm very nostalgic for, and very, very, you know, loving towards, and hats off to them. But, you know, nostalgia has not carried this game. Not for me. Not for me. Like, let me go ahead and answer the prediction, and I'll catch up on chat. I see you guys typing. Is Splatterhouse 3 a good game? It's hard, because again, this is one of those ones where we need like an in-between option, you know? Because it's not a good game, it's not a bad game. It's just a game. Standard, middle of the road, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 game. But the question asked, is it a good game? And so I have to be pedantic, and I have to say no. It is not a good game. It's not a bad game. but it's not a good one. Is it a turd? It is not a turd. Splatterhouse 3 is not a turd. It does everything functional. It just needs a little bit more pizzazz for the actual gameplay itself. Granted, the gameplay itself, they did improve upon the second one. The second one was even more tedious and monotonous than this one. But to be honest with you, a lot of the reason why people love Splatterhouse is not so much the gameplay, it's for everything surrounding it in terms of, you know, art design, like ambiance, environment, you know, the things that cater to the horror genre. That's the real reason why people love Splatterhouse, you know? So 432 peppercorns go to Techie Rob. Choke on it. Choke on it. And that's Splatterhouse 3, boys. We got one more game to get through. Let me catch up on chat. Vicey redeemed a game. We got a game from Vicey. Thank you guys for redeeming all this stuff. You are helping the channel. You're helping me too. So I don't have to figure out what games to play. I have a list of my own that I want to highlight, but I love trying to give it to chat. I love trying to give chat, you know, as many games as they redeem. Bible Buffet. What the fuck is that game, Vicer? What is Bible Buffet? Is it a real game? I've never heard of Bible Buffet. But you're in there, brother. Bible Buffet. You're in there. Bada bing. Karrison, I already added it to your sticky notes in the official Discord list. Well, thank you, baby. Well, thank you. By all means. Bada bing. Bada bing. If you guys want to keep up to date on what is coming up on the roster, on the docket, what you guys have active redeems, games that are in the list that are going to be played but have not yet been played, come on down to the Discord. Join the Discord. That way you can keep abreast of what the next Outside the Lens will be. Like, bada bing, bada bing. The AJ Shredder's Revenge was good too. I heard Shredder's Revenge was really good. I haven't played it yet. I want to play it. I definitely want to play it. Let's see what else we got here. Bingo. There's also Metro Siege, new beat 'em up. I have not heard of Metro Siege. I'm gonna write that down though, Bingo, because like, especially with current day contemporary beat 'em ups, they have pushed the genre forward versus, you know, old relic beat 'em ups. Nowadays, you can get a lot of mileage out of new contemporary beat 'em ups. Like, by all means. Vicer, if the graphics look different, we would all think it sucks. That's true. That's true. The graphics, the art style, the ambiance, it do be carrying it. Epsilon Eagle, if you've never played Alien Soldier on Genesis, you don't know true Genesis. You are correct. I believe I have played Alien Soldier. It is going to be a game that I come back to and just start playing instead of the OTL format, because I did play it for OTL and it was great, fantastic, still holds up, wonderful game. It's just a boss rush game, wonderful, absolute genius game. But the OTL format didn't allow me to do like a full playthrough, and I do want to go back and revisit it, which I will, which you guys saw me earlier in the week play Run Saber and then Demon's Crest. We are going to continue to play Demon's Crest. Probably won't beat Run Saber. You've seen it. I got to the end. We don't need to beat it. Hey, what's going on, Jack? How we doing, Jack Little? What ho? Jack Little, absolute wily devil. Jack did a, we haven't shouted him out yet. We will in just a second. Like, there it is. Karrison's on top of it. We are of one mind, split from the same atom. Like, Jack did a crab disco stream. And for those that are unfamiliar with the crab disco stream, it is exactly what you think it is. It is crabs having a disco dance to EDM club music playing in the background. Jack also has a specific and special, you know, running joke on his channel of a crab joke. And it's a door-worthy joke. And what he does during the crab disco, it's actually really ingenious in terms of like shout outs and networking, because what Jack does is he collects streamers who say the joke out loud. And then during the disco, you press !crab, and then it plays a random streamer saying the crab joke. So it shouts out the streamer, it adds to Jack's stream. It's really smart in terms of, marketing and networking. Good business acumen there. However, Jack, the son of a bitch bastard, he's a wily devil. And what he did is he posted the joke in my chat during my stream. And of course, me being a Ron Burgundy idiot who will read anything on the teleprompter, I read it out loud because I thought Jack was just talking about the joke. And then Jack clipped it and then threw me in the disco. It literally made my day when you hoodwinked me on that one, Jack. It really did. I was so excited. I was like, please keep the VOD up so I can tell Harrison. And then she showed up right when I did it, so it was great timing. Absolute wily fucker. Jack is. Hilarious streamer. Go check out Jack. You will never see another stream like Jack's. You won't. Like, Jack, people can mostly only stand about half an hour. Frederick, thank you, Six, for earning me a little house point. Well, we got the inside job. Aston House needs to win. I don't even know what house I belong to. I think I belong to Baker. I think I checked once, but I couldn't remember. Vicey, we got another game. All right, we got another game from Vicer. Vicer, how are you finding all of these Bible games? I didn't know all these Bible games existed. I didn't know any of them existed. We got King of Kings, the early years. That has to be about the Bible. That has to be about God. It can't be anything but the early years. Bada bing. We got you in there, Vicer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There it is. It's one of my favorites, can confirm. Well, thank you, Jack. I did do a good reaction. I did. Like, it was a good clip all the way around. Like, Jack 6, do you know why the houses are thus called? No, I figured it had something to do with, I was like, this seems remarkably British. So I'll just play along and nod my head and enjoy. Frederick up the Aston, that's right. I think they are the leading house right now. Yeah, Harrison, I want to know. I do want to know. Like, can I post links? Yeah, you can post links, Jack. You're fine. Yeah, go for it, brother. Not a problem. For the distinguished, proper gentleman like you can definitely. Hold on, let's check this out. This band's surnames. I'm gonna check this out live on stream. All right, hold on, boys. We're gonna take a brief little interlude here. If Jack is feeding me and he wants me to see this, then I'm going to look at it. So stay with us. We're going to crank up the audio so we can hear it. I mean, basically, I would like to present myself as a, I think everybody knows by now that this is not a gaming channel. This is basically a just chatting stream with some gameplay elements. Copyright strike incoming? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Not a problem. All right, let's switch it over. All right, this is why very unique, very, very specific. I love it though. Absolute. UK won Eurovision with these people. AJ 6 subscribes to the Mr. Stage method of playing games. I guess I don't even know who that is. I know it's a streamer, but I'm not overly familiar with him. Like I think it's somebody Freddy shouts out. All I know is that when he comes into Freddy's stream, Freddy immediately cracks the whip and he's like, "Shout him out, 6! Wake up, moderators!" I'm like, okay, I'll do it. So terrific. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for giving us a little bit of culture and education. It definitely, right away, it reminded me almost of kind of like a 70s pop version of New Pornographers. Like, I immediately got there. That's where I was thinking. Probably has nothing to do with that or related to it, but you know. Freddy, didn't one of these labs dunk his lady friend live on TV? A class act. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. A game avoidance channel? Yeah. Yeah, distinctly from some of these games that we may be talking about maybe right now. Nah, we're back. We got to do some box art here, boys. My mouse is it got broke the other day, so it's not working like it should. Like, we got box art. This is our last game of the day. Our very last. Throw that in the chat. There it is. This was redeemed to us by Apathy Jesus, AJ, in the chat. He wanted this game. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Looking at this box art, Vicer, he got mad at Balatro and broke his mouse. I actually haven't even played Balatro on my computer yet. I would play it on my Steam Deck, but there is a little Balatro demon who lives in this house who bogarts my Steam Deck all the time. And so if you ever see me on Steam and it says that I have 180 hours in Balatro, that's not me. That's the Carrison. That's Carrie. Son. Like, I actually played Balatro on my launch version Switch. Because I don't want to mess up everything that she's doing, you know? Like, I don't want to mess up anything that she's doing on the Steam one, so I just play on the Switch. Like, is the Steam Deck any good? Well, if you get enough steam in it, it shrivels, you know? It's more malleable, more flexible, especially if you got the foreskin. Make yourself a tent, you know? I do like the Steam Deck. I think I got the upgraded model, the OLED model that came out a year after the Steam Deck. I think it's really good, actually. Like, it's a gigantic fucking thing, though. It is a large handheld portable device, and it makes your hands go numb because all the blood drains out of them. Carrison literally has to prop it on a succulent pillow to play it in bed. But outside of that, I think it's fantastic. Good battery life, like good visuals, good sound, like speedy. The OLED model, or the bigger model, not the original one. The launch model sucks. The basic entry one sucks. No, not a lot of storage, and it is slow. But the expensive one, really good. Really good. Like, Carrison, extra steamy. Jack Carrison, Marble Joker plus Vampire. Thoughts? Suck off. That's an inside joke from Zeta. Like, Jack playing the lead on the deck, and I just feel this should not be possible. Yeah, exactly. For real. Like, there's a lot of games that I've played from my Steam Deck, or from Steam on my Steam Deck, and I'm just like, I was like, we've hit it, boys. Like, they talked about floating cars in 2025, but instead we just have, you know, really superb visual graphics. Like, Vicer redeemed 6 ranks. Okay, smart guy. What is the top 3 handheld video game peripheral hand units? Hand units. All right, my top 3. We'll go in ascending order. All right, number 3. PSP. Number 3, PSP. I spent a lot of time with the original PSP, not like the Vita. I didn't spend any time with the Vita. I wanted to, but I spent a lot of time playing my original PSP. I was a huge fan of the PSP when it first came out. Like, I even bought the UMD movies to watch on the PSP. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. Watching Fast and Furious 2 in between classes at community college with my headphones. Brilliant. Brilliant. You love to watch a movie at 180p, you know? It's really fantastic. So it'd be PSP. Number 2 on the list, Game Boy Advance SP. Game Boy Advance SP. Like, I loved my SP. I took my Game Boy Advance SP everywhere I went. And it was great for that purpose, because it was literally just like a tiny flat little square, and you could literally put it in your back pocket, which I did. And I played a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on my SP. Not the original launch fucking Game Boy Advance. That was a piece of shit. It's like the LED screen was so dark. But Game Boy Advance SP. And then my number one is Steam Deck. Is the Steam Deck. I would put the Switch somewhere on there, but I literally bought the launch version Switch, got controller drift within 6 months. So I was like, this fucking sucks. So I'm gonna say the Steam Deck. Definitely the Steam Deck. Like, I'd like to play my Steam Deck more, but I live with a Balatro demon, so I don't get to see it very often. Hey, what's going on, Green Tea? Oh my God, is this game real and is it any good? I don't know. I never played Pink Goes to Hollywood. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Green Tea, Spider-Man 2, UMD on my PSP, nearly breaking my neck with the position I had to watch it in. Loved it. Loved it. I mean, it was simpler times, you know? Simpler times. We were willing to wade through a sea of mediocrity, you know, because that's all we had. And like, again, there is a boomer part of me where I feel like, you know, people get all bent out of shape and get min-maxing about, you know, specs and techs and all this sort of stuff. But there's still like a boomer part of me that's just like, I can access all the information in the world at any point in time, any song that I ever wanted, any video that I ever wanted, just at my fingertips. And I'm constantly amazed by that, you know? Like, me and Karrison will talk and, you know, we'll talk about stuff and say like, I wonder why that is. And we'll sit here and type it into our fucking phone and get the answer. By the way, Karrison, you were wrong. You can charge a phone in low power mode. That's an iPhone myth. That's a myth. I looked it up the other day. You see how I weave that back in? Look it up. That's right, Freddie. Thank you. Thank you for supplementing that. Like, weaved it back into the topic. You can. John, PSP was solid, especially hacked with an SD card adapter. You are correct, John. I had my PSP, enjoyed it, enjoyed the hell out of it, and then got it hacked and enjoy it even more. It doesn't play Mamie very well, though. Can't handle arcade games. Mamie is a bridge too far, you know? Like, Green Tea, Wikipedia is basically the actual Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in our palms, even down to be badly researched and apocryphal. Yeah, that's true. It's very true. It's very true. Like, Karrison, actually, I didn't say you couldn't. I said it's not ideal. Well, I think your words were verbatim. Baby, don't do that. It's not good for your phone. Just trust me. It's not good. And I was like, okay, I trust you. And I turned my phone off low power mode. But then the other day, I was just like, is that true? I just want to know. And I looked it up and everybody's like, no, it's totally fine. You can charge it in low power mode. It's not going to make any difference. So I was like, okay. Because only specifically when driving. What? Only specifically when driving? That's a weird qualifier. That's strange. Because I was thinking, I was just like, I've been charging my phone in low power mode for a very long time. It's never had any problem with anything. So, you know, look it up. That's right. Look it up. Look it up. Guys, look at this box art. Do we see any action on this box art? And the answer is no. Not a lot of verbs. I mean, Pink here, he is giving us a thumbs up. I mean, I guess you could say that's action. It's being very generous. Thumbs up is more of a pose than it is actual verb. But we'll give it to him. We'll say it's a verb. There we go. The only other action that you could see here is Pink is putting his foot on the fender of this car, the bumper on this car. I guess technically that's action, but again, I would constitute that as more of a pose. You know, posing, granted, posing is a verb, but for me, a pose is not necessarily action. But the only other action I can see on this is the glint and the glimmer of the steel, the metal, the fender, or the whatever the hell that is on the front of this, the vent. And it is it's beaming the reflection of the sun. So we are coming at the bottom of the barrel with a spoon, boys. We're scraping it against some splinters, you know? So not a whole bunch of action here. Now, looking at this box art, does it encapsulate the genre of the game? Looking at this box art, do you get a good idea of what the gameplay experience will be like? Pink Goes to Hollywood is in platformer, side-scrolling platformer. So no, no, it does not. Maybe I imagine at some point you'll be Pink Panther, putting your foot on the hood of a car, putting your foot on the bumper of a car, but that's it, really. I don't think it encapsulates, I don't think it does a worthwhile and notable job of encapsulating what the genre and what the gameplay experience will be like. So stylistically, artistically, I think this works. It falls into the Pink Panther, you know, mythos, so to speak. But whether or not it's efficacious, whether or not it's going to push a rental, maybe. I mean, Pink Panther is an established IP at this point, you know, 30 years later. So maybe Pink Panther fans will pick it up, but, you know, an 8-year-old cretin like me, I don't know, you know. So I don't think this is the best box art. It's not the best. All right, let me catch up on chat. Jack not liking the foot up on the car fails to convince. Looks like 2 bits of clip art. Yeah, it does. It looks like I made the box art, you know? And it looks like, I can't even, normally I would say it looks like Judgmental Beef, my brother made the box art, but no, he's better at Photoshop than this. This looks like I made the box art. It's not great. It's not great. Vicer would have been cooler if he was flicking us off. Exactly, you know? And especially if it was pasted on the back of an F-150 contractor truck, then I could believe it. Green tea to Jack Little. I was thinking the same. Not enough of a foothold there for his massive paw. Agreed. We are all agreed here. Jack, also, how much do we hate the kid that drives the pink mobile in the old cartoon series? A mug a hole. I will reveal behind the curtain, I was not a fan of the Pink Panther cartoon series. And you will figure that out as I talk about the game, because I don't have a lot to say about it. Like, I was not a huge fan of the Pink Panther cartoon series. I did like the live action series with Peter Sellers, Inspector Clouseau. Like, I was a fan of that, but that's just because I'm a fan of slapstick in general. And Peter Sellers was very good at it. Slapstick, that is, you know. Vicer, this guy's cousin, Chester Cheetah, he scares me. He scares me. I mean, I like Chester Cheetah. I think it's good marketing and branding. Like, they took a pretty much unpalatable corn chip, right? It's corn. I mean, it's all corn, really, but, and they figured out a means to make an animal mascot. Weird. Jack's imagining Outrun. Green tea, the car looks AI before AI. To be fair, tech magic indeed. It does smack of AI, like early edition, launch version AI. We got a redeem here. We got Kerosene. Ooh, Wild Guns. Fuck yes. I have been waiting for somebody to redeem Wild Guns. I love me some Wild Guns when I was a kid. Good redeem, baby. That game's solid from what I remember, you know? Like, green tea, I'm a fan of the Pink Panther baseline. Otherwise, agreed. I mean, I think most people, like, especially kids, during the 80s, that's basically all that resonates is the Pink Panther theme, the OST, so to speak. AJ, I enjoyed the Anteater segments more than the Pink Panther himself. I don't even know what you're referencing. I know that's one of the characters in the cartoon, though, right? Anteater? Jack Clouseau spinning the glob, then trying to lean on it while it's still spinning. Just beautiful. We're split from the same atom right now, Jack. Like, that's pretty much all I really liked about Pink Panther was Peter Sellers. Like, we got ourselves a Brazilian promo, a 2-pager. Somebody spent the money. I don't know what any of this means. It's in Portuguese. So I don't know how to speak Portuguese. I know certain words in Portuguese, but that's all I know. However, that being said, the first 2 words, a Pantera? Most regular people would say, it's hard. Any streetwise son of a bitch knows. Don't fuck with this. Like, so 10 out of 10 for the promo, just for mentioning Pantera. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. And we're back. And we're back. Boys, Pink Panther, the cartoon, was based off the live version of the inept detective Inspector Clouseau from the 1963 eponymous, the titular film, the 1963 film. The cartoon came directly from the film. So, if you ever wondered, which I'm sure not very many people did, but that's where it came from. So, like, again, Peter Sellers, expressive, slapstick, legendary actor. Like, no shade on Peter Sellers here. We got ourselves an angry ass looking onion. You guys are gonna see how I can stretch this into a trivia segment because there's not a lot to talk about with the actual game. Like, this onion, been let down by everyone he ever trusted, you can tell. Look at him, look at him. Bingo, Pink Pant her. Well, hopefully when I get off screen, I'll pink pant Kerosene. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. We got a placeholder. You guys want the fuzziest low-res GIF of Pink Panther on the internet? Well, I'm here to supply. Here's my placeholder. Now, inside of Pink Panther, the video game, for the SNES version, there's a debug screen, debug menu enabled by default. It's already in the game. You don't have to do a whole bunch of special stuff. You just plug in your second controller to use the debug options. Pressing B will enable free movement mode. It'll show Pink Panther's X and Y positions in theory, but in some levels the number graphics aren't loaded, so garbage will be displayed instead. And if you press B again, it'll disable it. You press L, it'll make you invincible. You press R, it'll put the game in slow motion. Movement will advance every 90 frames. Yikes. An additional feature is enabled on the first controller. If you hold select and press start, you'll warp to the next level. There you go. There you go. We got another redeem here by old Vicey in the chat. You guys are loading us up. You guys are loading us up. We got a SNES game, Liberty or Death. What the fuck is that, Vicer? I've never heard of that. Liberty or Death. It's funny, the us Yanks, you know, we have definitely promoted and promulgated that American propaganda. It's about George Washington. Okay, all right. Liberty or death. And then we single-handedly have no problem just giving away all of our liberties. All of them. Just because somebody may have a popular catchphrase or be a shitlord in front of the camera, we just give away the liberties, you know? Green tea, we have a biscuit, cookie. In the UK, y'all are weird for calling cookies biscuits. I'm just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I've already railed on Frederick Dango for this. Called the pink wafer that uses the Panther as the logo. They're the worst, but I need a whole pack in one. I'd fuck with it. I fuck with it. I love any sort of processed store-bought cookies all day long. All day long. Raised on it. Jack, the sequence features Burt Kwok, perhaps best known for his role as hot dog vendor in the Jane Asher movie Deep End. It was a small role, but at least it had a sausage in it. I believe, Mr. Little, that may be my Pizzo Mezzo, that scene. I could be wrong. Jack, just looking forward to Alan Sugar becoming prime minister. We're frontiersmen over here. In the States, we just elect anybody to presidential office. We don't give a shit, you know? So, Pink Panther, Pink Goes to Hollywood, was published in 1993 for the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. The two releases were developed independently by different companies. The Genesis version is made by Head Games, not to be confused with Foreigner, and the Super NES by Manley and Associates. Both are similar in theme and aesthetics, but different in layout and game mechanics. That being said, we can explain the Sega differences a little further. Pink Goes to Hollywood is an especially heinous take on the popular, quote, mascot platformer. Sorry. The Genesis version improved the gameplay somewhat by giving the poor Panther a better weapon, an aerial attack, and a health bar. And we'll expound further. The Pink Panther And the Genesis version has more units of health, and the amount of health he has is actually indicated to the player via a health bar. You know, small courtesies. The Pink Panther will lose some of his health if he runs or is hit into a hazard. You know, all of this, you know, all of this. So falls into the abyss, you can increase his health. However, the super version starts off with 1 unit of extra health, which is represented by a hat he is wearing. If he runs into or is hit by any hazard, he loses 1 bit of health. But the problem is, in the super version, you get hit twice, you're dead. Sega Genesis, they were much more respectful and courteous and gave you, 1, a life bar to which you can, although granted, you would figure it out once you lose the hat, obviously. But then 2, gave you more than 2 hits, which if you're already playing a Pink Panther platformer, the last thing you want is to die in 2 hits. It's not what you want. Doesn't sound like fun gameplay. Think about that as you say this, Six. This is the good version. I know, that's what I was thinking. AJ fed us the good version. He was respectful and benevolent, and he gave us the good version by playing the Sega Genesis, but even the good version, questionable. Questionable. What is not questionable is, where is the milk? This is a milk channel. Chat. Thank you. I need to be milked. Who is brave enough to milk me? Carson? She didn't respond. I wanted her to respond. Hey, what's going on, Cake? You got your peppercorns? Well, thank you, Cake, for getting your peppercorns. Have y'all tried peppercorns? You can grind them up and put them in your milk. I'm not saying, just saying. Thank you for all the milks. Thank you for the wave of calcium you were throwing at me. I appreciate it. This is the chat interactivity portion of the program, where you take your guesses on how much Pink Panther Goes to Hollywood for the Sega Genesis is getting on the secondary market. SIB, we're looking for SIB prices, complete inbox, manual, box, and game. How much is Pink Panther going for on the secondary market? I'm guessing probably not a widely distributed game. I mean, it did have established IP, did have licensed IP, but I'm guessing it wasn't a hot seller. It was not a hot Peter seller, you know? It wasn't, probably. But maybe it was. The retro market, who knows these days, guys? Anything could be super expensive nowadays in the retro market. So, log your guesses. Who can be closest without going over? Price is Right rules do apply. All right, boys, we got to switch over. I have a transition so we can get over to the secondary market. We're going to do it right now. And we're back. You guys saw me vaping? Don't look at me vaping. Don't look at me vaping. Don't look at me puffing fat cotton over here. How much is Pink Panther for the Sega Genesis getting on the secondary market? Let's find out. We got some guesses in chat. We got a lot of milks in chat. Hell yeah. Techie, 146 milks. Frederick, 44 milks. Cake, peppercorn milk. Of course, the best kind. Like Vicer, 5,634,366,640. Like, oh, we got a neighborhood alert. There's a light out on a highway right next to us. Be cautious. I didn't know we got ring alerts for that kind of stuff. Like, that's a good guess, Vicer. I think you might be close. John said 60 milks. AJ said 10 milks. Carrison said 46 milks. Kick said $3. $3. Frederick said, damn it, Carrison. Green Tea said 35 milks. Armor said 15 milks. Green Tea, you did notice Ted DiBiase. Good eye, brother. Good eye. We are a covert wrestling mark. I do love wrestling. I do love professional wrestling. I don't talk about it a lot, just simply because it's painful to listen to wrestling fans talk about Magic. No different than it's painful to listen, or Magic, wrestling, no different than it is to listen to Magic the Gathering fans talk about Magic, you know? I like those things. I just like talking about other things, you know? Because like with wrestling, it's like, yeah, you saw that move definitely did that move. Or Magic, it's like, yeah, you saw that card definitely did what it says it does. It's just a form of conversation that I can indulge in, but I don't really have the breadth of sociality when it comes to those topics. I mean, I don't mind it. You guys can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about, but you know. Kara saying we also get alerts for missing pets. Well, that's good. That's good to know. I didn't know that. Vice or not, I love listening to wrestling chatter. Me and Beef do it well because we can talk about history and context and funny anecdotes, but most wrestling nerds, you know, it's hard to listen to for me. Yeah, Vice or Stone Cold Steve Austin likes beer. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. Boys, how much milk? Not a goddamn drop. Funnily enough, Pink Goes to Hollywood getting more money than Eternal Champions is. It's incredible. Loose, $11. Complete inbox, $20. Brand spanking new, smothered and covered in the cellophane, $95. Graded, $159. I mean, that's not bad for graded, I guess. If you wanted to collect this game, I don't know why you would, but you know, that option's there. Box, $11. Manual, $11. The box is almost cheaper than the game. Nobody likes the box. Nobody. You can tell. The one compliment I will give the box is outside of artistic merit, outside of artistic content, they didn't waste any of the real estate. Like, they used all of the real estate. Now, they used it in kind of a shitty way, but they used all of it. And that I give golf claps to. I do give golf claps for that. So our winner, who is closest without going over, it is Armor. Armor, you win a Milky point. You get a Moo Moo point. Not represented anywhere on the channel yet, but you get yourself a Moo Moo point, Armor. Congratulations. Like, enjoy the teat. Leche. All right, boys, our last chat interactivity segment before we get to the Pizzo Mezzo and the actual game itself. It's time. It's time. Let's do this and then this. That's right, boys. We have arrived. We are in the Peppercorn Casino, and in just moments, Karison will open it up for you so that you can interact with it. Just give her a second. She's running a whole bunch of fucking gadgets and doodads on the other side. There it is! Boys, Karison has opened the Peppercorn Casino. If you think that I will think Pink Panther is a good game, then vote yay. If you think that I will think Pink Panther is not a good game, then vote nay. Belly up to the bar, boys. Cast your bets. Win peppercorns by gambling your peppercorns. It's just a prediction. We just jazzed it up, gave it its own segment. We want chat interactivity. That was the goal when I met Karison and I talked to her about OTL and she watched OTL. And she was a student. She was a study, a study goblin. Like, she's a research analyst. It's her background. That's what she does. She gets full bore into things and learns about them and learns how to improve them. And the original goal was I was just trying to figure out how to make OTL have more chat interactivity. And we're still working on it. It's a work in progress. Everything you tinker, you improve as you go. But I wanted as much chat interactivity as possible because this is a just talking stream, just chatting stream with some video game elements, And we did a lot of skull sessions and we put together our chromosomes and this is what we came up with. So we took what's already there, which is the predictions. It's already there. And then we turned it into something that's more inherent to the theme of the show. And then as we continued on, like I used to just talk about game prices. And then we were just like, we can use chat interactivity for this too. And we can start soliciting chat, you know? So, I mean, I love the fact that some people just listen to my streams because they're just like, Six, you talk so much. It's like listening to a fucking podcaster, which is fine. That's what I want. Because like, I don't necessarily want a whole bunch of dead air while I'm streaming. But like, I also wanted the ability and the option for people who actually tune in and chat to have more things to play with. So you guys are doing fantastic. I love the fact that you're interacting with the Peppercorn Casino. Vicer, vote yes, win big. It's true. I might like it. I might like it. Cake, that's the plan. Love chat interactivity. You get it. Me and Vicer. Kate, you don't know this. Behind the scenes, me and Vicer were talking about you the other day. And we were talking about the fact that Cake is a very young streamer. Youth-wise, chronologically speaking. She's young. But she's got a business mind for her streams. She has figured out a way to fleece her chatters for money. She has marketed herself, and she's figured all this out at a very young age. And so as she progresses with her streaming and as she pursues different avenues, she's gonna get way better. She's gonna be a fucking phenom. Yeah, we were talking about you, Cake. All good stuff. All good stuff. Like you're one of the moon remnants, you know? You're one of us. And so, by all means, if we haven't, Cake, I sit and be dumb. There you go. Carson was ahead of it. She knew where I was going. Give Cake a follow. By all means, go and follow and hang out with Cake. I think Cake is wildly hilarious. Quite possibly one of the weirdest human beings on this planet. But no shade. No shade. We know our own. But I think that's the charm and quality that Cake brings to her streams. So, Vicer, high potential streamer right there. I agree. That's what we were talking. I was like, she's gonna be money one day. I mean, she's money now, and she makes more money than I fucking do. So I was just like, you know, she's got to figure it out, boys. She got to figure it out. Carson, I made a new list for active redeemed OTL games not yet played. Can I check if it works? Yeah, of course, baby. Go for it. Run it. Active list. Here is the list of active games redeemed on OTL not yet played. Carson she is turning this into a well-oiled machine. Ah, shit, I'm not logged into Google, so I'll have to check it later, baby. I'll have to sign in. I mean, you guys can tell me if it works. I don't remember my Google password, so. Carson is a goat, without a doubt. There's a reason why she's the stream manager, boys, okay? The goal, you know, is, because I'm not a person that micromanages. I don't believe in micromanagement. I believe that you should have a team of people who are very skilled at the things that they do. Give them, you know, a gist on what you want and let them do it. Do not helicopter over them. Delegate. The sign of a true professional is trusting your team and delegating. And so that's why Carson is the stream manager. And we feed her tasks and she comes up with tasks. And so she's a bravo. John, part of me wants to redeem stadium events, and that is just for the secondary market. Go for it, brother. Is stadium events the one that you have to use the actual pad, the big pad to step on, or is that World Track Meet? Can't remember. But yeah, go for it, brother. All right, boys. We have, what is this? We have a promo, a 30-second promo, and then we have a scene from the movie, from the Pink Panther Strikes Again. It's a clip, it's a 3-minute clip. Give you an idea of Peter Sellers as a slapstick actor, you know? Like, let's do this, come back over here. John, I think it uses the pad, not 100%. Okay, because if it uses the pad, that will be a garbage game, because I won't be able to do anything with it. Like, Jack could definitely go a dance match stream. Cake, I love Pink Panther movie. Well, you're gonna love this, Cake. This is right up your alley. Like, I mean, probably not the second part, unless you're talking about the live action one. Then it will be. All right, let's crank up the audio, boys. Let's switch over. Come to here. We got a promo. Here it is, a promo for the VHS.
I am inspired Mr. Clouseau. I have discovered that scoundrel, the Pink Panther, is hiding out in a new video game called Pink Goes to Hollywood. He is wreaking havoc on 12 exciting movie sets. It is my job to stop him. It is your job to stop me. But I warn you, I have a pink belt in karate. Hi-ya!
The Pink Panther stars in Pink Goes to Hollywood on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Coming soon from Tech Magic.
All right, just a little just a little promo. Now this is the clip that I was talking about. Here we go.
It's the fan. The fan is ringing.
Relax. I'll get it.
Bada bing, there it is, there it is. In case you guys needed a little tutorial for Peter Sellers. Very, very expressive slapstick actor. I mean, in order to unlock, you know, the apex material of slapstick, you have to be very expressive. Like, bada bing. Sorry, one more try, because that one didn't work. Here is the list of the active games redeemed on OTL, not yet played. Bada bing, there it is, boys. Click on it. You can look at Kerosene Sheets. She's been busy making some sheets. There it is, making the stream better all the way around. Sorry about that. You can tell I haven't eaten my protein bar yet. AJ Lamal. I had to. I'm hungry. I usually eat a protein bar by this point. My stomach is starting to eat itself. We're fasting at this point. And we are fast and ready to play this game. All right, let's see what AJ's game is about. I lied, we're playing Splatterhouse, playing more Splatterhouse. All right, let's check it out. Just like always, if there's an intro, I will shut up so we can watch. No, it looks like that's it. It'll probably roll into a demo, I'm guessing. Oh, I fucked up my camera. Yep, straight into a demo. Okay. All right, well, short and sweet. Oh, look at this title screen, boys. At least they gave us pink here, you know? Difficulty, normal. No. I want to interact with that. What is hard like? Yo, pink! That's right. I mean, we are pink enthusiasts here, you know? Pink is my favorite color. Like, I'm not biased, but pink! I do love me some pink. I'm like, big fan. All right, not much to mess with, so we'll start the game. No intro, nothing. All right, okie dokie. Oh, pink fucking jumps so goddamn high. Got a little bit of a floaty jump, but that's okay. It don't feel bad. I mean, to be honest with you, right off the bat, like, control is actually pretty responsive. Like, it's, I would think it would have more wooden controls. Oh, okay. We do have a life bar, thank God. My major complaint and bitch right now is pink does not have a run button, though. No run button. Oh, asparagus, that's what was shooting us? Asparagus? Now some biscuits. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right, this is a little hard to react to, though. Jesus Lord. God in heaven. What the fuck? Bro. This is too much. Oh, no, it's stuffing out of a... I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Out of this gaped turkey? I mean, it's kind of turning me on a little bit. We never had that quickie this morning, Carson. I'm not saying. You can gape me. I'm not trying to say I'm going to gape you. How the fuck do we get up? How do we get up here? Okay. Yeah, pink has no run is the problem. So he does a swap. Okay, the death animation is actually really cool. I like that. Oh, we're right back here. Okay. Damn, dude, the asparagus stalks come from everywhere. How do you guys feel about asparagus? Oh wait, pink does have a run. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a dash. Okay, so you have to press forward. All right, well, I talk shit. I get put back in my place. You can't interact with the stuffing. Animation is expressive. That is true. It is. How the fuck am I? Asparagus makes my pee smell funny and I don't appreciate it. I actually kind of like the smell of asparagus pee. I'm like one of those weirdos. I love asparagus. I fucking eat all the asparagus. I don't know what we're supposed to do here though. This is the problem. Are we supposed to go into the turkey's asshole? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. I guess I should have. Oh, all right. Look, in terms of stage design, like, I actually like what they're doing here. Floating turkeys, okay. Oh, there's the pissed off onion. Right into a pit. It would not be a 62/3 stream without me jumping directly into a pit. Like I said, I actually like the level design. You know, they didn't have to do all this, but they did. Like, AJ, put that pink thing right in my turkey game. Yeah, that's right. Cake turkey fever dream. Can we cross this? I don't think we can. I'm not gonna try again. We're just gonna go around. Do you guys have any resonant Pink Panther memories? Does this do it for you guys? Like I said, as a kid, I hated the Pink Panther cartoon. I always thought it was boring for whatever reason, you know? Like, it just wasn't my vibe. Like I said, control-wise, like I said, it controls pretty well. Like, oh God. I say that as I'm falling off the bones. But, you know, it's more me being a shitty gamer than it is anything wrong with the actual game itself. Okay. Oh, somehow we didn't get hit by that. I kind of wish Pink had more than just, you know, the punch. Oh shit, we fell down. AJ, I remember renting this and thinking it was utter dog shit, so I decided you should play it. Well, that's fine. Again, you know, like, I'm okay with dog shit games, provided that they're entertaining, you know? And like right now, so far, this is kind of a dog shit game that it's kind of entertaining. Like, you know, I'm not just being internet contrarian. Oh, fuck, we died. I'm not just being internet contrarian and just going against popular opinion. This is not that bad, like so far at least. I mean, turkey level, you know, never had that in a video game before. Not that I can remember. Like, Techie, I remember the cartoons, not a fan, but there were 3 channels and not much else on. And we have black and white TV, so we still have trouble identifying the color pink. Those were the days. Oh man, my grandma, my Meemaw, she had a black and white television. And I remember, for those wrestling fans out there, I had a pair of Bret the Hitman Hart sunglasses. They were pink sunglasses. They were giant, wide windshield sunglasses. And for whatever reason, in my, you know, in my knowledge and my thinking, like I would go to her black and white TV and I was holding the glasses, and my 6-year-old logic thought that if I put the pink glasses on the television, it will give it color. It will make it have color. I was right, because what it did is I put the glasses on the front of the screen. It turned everywhere that the glasses touched into a weird, ugly green and brown, and it fucked with her TV. I don't know how, because as far as I know, the glasses weren't magnetized or anything, but it completely killed her TV. And she came home and she was really upset over the fact that her black and white TV now had color that she did not pay for. So, and she asked me, she's like, did you do something? I was like, no, Meemaw, I didn't do anything. Fuck. It's a little difficult. Hey, what's going on, JJ? Have y'all tried peppercorns? JJ's stuffing them into her fanny pack. Just taking them. Carte blanche, Lord. AJ, my Xbox 360 avatar was wearing a Bret Hart outfit for most of its existence. I mean, Bret Hart, you know, in terms of technical wrestling, the hands down, the best, like the absolute best. I'm a Bret Hart guy, not a Shawn Michaels guy. Like, Shawn Michaels is good too, but they both kind of sucked at promos, you know, neither one of them were good on the mic, but Bret, a little bit better than Shawn. Oof, man, I wish, okay, this part kind of sucks. This part kind of sucks. The platforming aspects, I would like to see more of this turkey level, but I don't know how much of it we're gonna see here, boys. Punch this mad ass onion. There we go. Like, the jack magnets. How do they work? Like, cake free color TV. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, you should be thanking me, Meemaw. I brought nothing but progress and improvement to your life. At least pink runs fast too. Okay. Okay, let's try this without dying this time. Nope, can't do it from there. All right, coming down. Jack, I feel being ankle deep in gravy should be something pink is okay with. You guys, how do you guys feel about gravy? We got any gravy fans in chat? I'm not a big gravy person. Like, I mean, I'll fuck with it if it's around, but it's not my favorite thing in the world. Did I get an extra life? I don't know what I picked up. Okay, we do have a little pause thing there. That's cool. What, did I go the wrong way? Is this just for, I don't know what the waltzing Matilda sack is for. I don't know what that does. I guess we'll never find out. Wait, is this the same area or is this a different area? Okay, we can punch the flying turkeys. That's good to know. Is this the same area? Did I just do a circle? I did a circle. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, I love gravy. Love it. Love it. Here, this is what we're gonna do, boys. This is what we're gonna do. Because I want to see more than just the turkey level. You know? Kerrison, Wacky Worlds for Sega? I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know what the hell that is. Is it wacky? I'm hoping it is. Wacky Worlds. We got Carrie-san in there. There it is, Carrotson. You're in there. Like, AJ, I don't know. I love me some sweet chin music. I mean, he does do a good sidekick. I won't take that away from him. Definitely does do a good sidekick. Like, I mean, he was definitely rocking the super kick before any and every like independent wrestler decided to make it their, you know, their placeholder transition move. That's for sure. I guess we'll go into the castle. At least this is horror themed, you know. Like, Karrison, I hope so. I hope so too. I hope it's wacky. All right, we're on the set. Silence on the set, boys. Like, Jack on chips, yum. UK gravy and UK chips, obviously. So I'm guessing you're talking. What's UK gravy? Like, I'm guessing, you know. Well, I'm not guessing, but when you say chips, you mean fries. Us Americans, us Yanks, we say it the proper way. Polterpink. Oh, okay. What we got here? What do we got here? Gravy. Okay. Interesting. Oh, right. I can't interact with that, so we're just gonna keep on running forward. I like how all the level music is basically just the Pink Panther tune, just modified a little bit, you know? It's okay. Look at this. Meat stock thickened with a little corn flour. Okay. Okay. So it's basically like a brown gravy, essentially. Like, not too wild, nothing too wild. Why is it called UK gravy? Is it because you guys throw that shit on everything? Or, like, specifically, why is it called UK gravy? AJ, UK gravy is like everyone else's gravy except no spices. All right, this is interesting. Wait, is this? Yeah, it's conveyor. Okay. Running up them stairs. Hell yeah. Okay. All right, come over here. Cake, Pink Panther, but Thanksgiving Pink Panther, but spooky. Exactly. Jack, no, we fear U.S. gravy. Well, Jack, if it's any consolation, I do too. I don't. My brother, Judgmental Beef, he's a big old boy, you know. He's built like a linebacker, but he ain't playing no football. And he puts fucking gravy on everything. Literally everything. Like white pepper gravy on everything. And I'm just like, brother, no. It's not for me, man. It's not for me. I think for the most part, like within small reason, small exceptions, your food should be moist enough to where you don't need a gravy, you know? And so like if you gotta drown the turkey in gravy, chances are you didn't brine it, you know? And if you didn't brine it, that's on you, boo. That's on you. Always brine your turkey in a plastic bucket for 24 hours before you actually bake it, you know? Or go the American route and deep fry it. Deep fried turkey fucks all day long. Okie dokie. All right, well, I take back, is this a maze? KFC gravy though. It's funny because when I think of brown gravy, I do think of KFC gravy, which is probably not, it's probably not the comparison that you would want for it, but that is pretty much when I think of brown gravy, that's what I think of. Like, and it's okay, it's not bad. A lot of salt, like, especially in my old ancient age. I'm a 66-year-old man. Like, the background is really hard to look at though. It is, Cake, you are correct. Yes, ma'am. Like, in my elder age, my 66 years of being on this planet, I'm becoming more sensitive to salt. I don't like salt in a whole bunch of things, you know? I would just prefer to use other spices rather than salt. I feel like salt is the lazy man's way out, you know? You can just throw some salt in anything and it'll be somewhat flavorful. But get the other spices to elevate the flavor profile that's already there. So, oh Lord, Jack, yeah, KFC gravy, way too salty, way too salty, way too. Basically, everything from KFC is way too salty, you know, because they knew going into it, the food they're serving, in terms of nutritional content and in terms of just standalone flavor, not good enough. So throw the MSG in there, you know, like flavor enhancers. Okay. When it comes to small little platforms, pink is not exactly the easiest to manage when it comes to controls. Especially because you have to dash to do all these. And he's got, brother, Lord in heaven. He's got a little bit of inertia, a little bit of drag, the momentum that follows after his dash. He keeps dashing for a second after you stop, and that kind of sucks. That part, not the greatest. Not a big fan of that. It's kind of hard to actually do the platforming elements. All right, we're gonna take our time this time because I'm not falling off this fucking goddamn pillar. One more time. You know what, boys? We get it. We get it. We get it. You understand the game. All right? You get it. Jesus, Lord in heaven. God. Oh, that was painful. I even took steps to slow down before I got to that point. Did I get rid of my lo-fi? I sure did. I sure did. That's fine. I just need this to mask my throat noises, boys. I just need this to hide all the throat noises that I do into the mic, you know? We're just trying to distract you from them. So let me just play this real quick. There we go. We got it. We got it. We're back. Cakes, not 6 rage quitting. Not me. Not me. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that at all. I'm not that kind of gamer. John, my therapist, said the best treatment for depression is to vigorously rub salt into my skin to draw out excess moisture. Suddenly, I'm cured. John! Jonathan! Have I given you a door yet, John? If not, here you go. You could see yourself out. That was good, though. I loved it. AJ, I love salty food though. The only reason fried rice exists is so I can dump a quarter of a bottle of soy sauce in it. I'm sure it's super good for me. Super good. Like, I like soy sauce in very, very minute small doses. For the reason that I already encapsulated, soy sauce is so fucking salty. Like, even teriyaki sauce is so fucking salty. Can't do it, man. Can't do it. Cake, rage quitting is for professional gamers like me. You got it, sister. You got it. That's the way to do it. Especially if you're not having a good time playing a game. Fuck, don't make everybody else suffer, you know? Like, and also, this is not necessarily a show that's about highlighting the gaming, you know? We gotta redeem. Oh, Karrison, I've been waiting for someone to redeem that game too. I did play that as a child. Taboo. Like, I rented it because I thought it was cool. I was like, oh, fortune telling game. I mean, it kind of is. Kind of is, you know. John, no, I've been mostly listening. Okay, not a problem, brother. Okay, well, you've been awarded a door. You can see yourself out. Like, Vicer, I thought it was good. Okay, I look fun though. We got dolphins in chat. We got hungry dolphins in chat. Wee wee. It's tarot card reading. Yep. Yep. It is. But I thought it would have like some sort of complex system with the tarot card reading when I was a kid. I was like, I love tarot cards. I love telling the future with mass processed art, you know? And come to find out. Not the case. Not the case. Boys, we got to do a Hazy Stoner Florida review. That's right. Where are tarot card readers at? I feel like I would be a good tarot card reader because you're just making shit up. You're literally just making shit up. You're just doing cold calling. That's all that it is, you know? You're taking some bits and pieces of information that you get from having a small talk conversation with the tarot card reader or the patron, the client, right in the beginning, and then you use that to bolster whatever fucking chicanery and the flim flam, the hokum that, you know, you do. Cake, I want 6 to read my future now. You know, that's a really good idea for a redeem. A tarot card redeem, where a tarot card can come up and then I can just say whatever bullshit that I want because that's what I'm gonna do anyways. Carson, write that down. Steal Cake's idea. She knows all the business things we need to steal from her before she starts doing it. Carrison's already something I put in the notes before redeeming. Oh, look at Carrison. That's why she's the stream manager. You know? Like, incomplete magic, exactly. Vicer tarot card decks are missing cards. A few of them are lost to history. I mean, I think the artwork is usually pretty cool. And I like the premise of like flipping over a card and it forecasts the future. I think we all know that is just utter and complete horse shit though. Do a Miss Cleo impression? Oh Lord. Get me canceled off Twitch? What did she used to say? My psychic readings? I can't remember her tagline. I used to see her infomercials all the time. Like, bingo, my mother is a tarot reader. Really? Really? Like, reading the leaves? Like, Vicer, thank you, my child. Miss Cleo come to help you. Bingo? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. My Caribbean Barbados woman accent is the same as my Brazilian woman accent, which is just Lat-Am Dusty Roads. That's all that it is. Ooh, babies. Getting funky like a monkey in here. All right, we got a review here. We got to finish this stream out. Karisman's been waiting patiently all day for me to finish. Criteria number 1, for the unspecified amount of time in which I played this game, was I entertained? Karison, not true. I know, I just have a headache and I'm hungry. Play more games. No, I'm running out. I'm running out of steam. I thought the other day about actually reducing OTL down to 3 games instead of 4 games, because I feel like by the time I get to the 4th game, I've kind of just, I'm petering out a little bit. But I don't know, you guys tell me, like, is it still entertaining by the 4th game? You know, do what feels good. I am. Right now I'm starving. So I was like, I gotta make some French toast sticks or something. I was like, I'm starving. Bingo, once I expressed my distaste for cops here and how they don't do anything, found out one of my students' dads was some high up cop. I mean, I'm not a fan of the police either. I'm not, me personally, I do not have any trust. I do not have any trust in an institution or a person that has power over my freedom. Instantaneous distrust right out the gate. Like, none. Because human beings are very fallible. And so if they have power over my freedom and they are fallible at the same time, not a good mix. Not a good mix. Like, AJ, if I wasn't entertained, I had gone to bed already. Oh, well, thanks, AJ. I'm glad you're here, brother. I'm glad to have a quality chatter. Another quality chatter, man. Like, and you like Tool. Vicer, say something nice about George W. Bush. George W. was the second one, right? The second Bush that went to president, right? Or was that George H. Bush? I can't remember. If it's the first Bush that we're talking about, the first Bush, yeah, W was second. Okay. The first Bush, something nice about him is that he had such a repellent disdain and hatred for broccoli, which I don't understand. I love broccoli. Broccoli is delicious. But he would go out of his way to ban it from the White House. You couldn't bring broccoli into the White House, couldn't serve it on Air Force One, couldn't be anywhere near his vicinity. Second Bush, the memery. Like, I know there are a lot of people who have revisionist, soft tender the feelings towards George W. now that he's out of office. And they're like, you know what? George probably wasn't a bad guy. He seems like a good guy that you'd have a beer with. And a lot of people, they like to go to the revisionist side of him. They're like, Michelle Obama even hugged him. It's so sweet. But I'm just like, guys, you remember he started a war off of nothing and a lot of innocent people fucking died for no fucking reason. So him and Cheney did a lot of fucking war crimes. So I'm not going to be tender to him. However, the memery, the mission accomplished gif, the fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, you won't fool me again. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Like, Cake, I showed up to be entertained. I'm not disappointed. Well, thank you, Cake. I appreciate that. Like, that warms the cockles of my black, not beating heart, you know? So, criteria number 1, was I entertained? Kind of. Some elements, kind of entertained. I wouldn't go and say all comprehensively entertained. No. Not fully entertained. No. Not entertained. No. So, criteria number 2. I have never played this game, so I can't do criteria number 2, but I can answer your prediction. I can answer the Peppercorn Casino prediction. What was your name again? Is Pink Goes to Hollywood a good game? If you voted nay, you're getting some channel points. Basically, everybody who bet is getting their channel points back. 16,862 channel points. Peppercorns go to Vicer and 2 others. Choke on it. It's not a turd. It is not a good game. It is strictly a 4 out of 10 game. But it's not terrible. I expected worse. Granted, I didn't play the SNES version, which everybody has said is worse. Do not redeem it. I will not play it. I've gotten enough of the vibe and the feel, you know? And so, like, it's not a turd. It is somewhat functional. It's just, it needs a little bit more variety. It needs to tighten up the controls a little bit, but it's not terrible. I have played worse games on OTL. Definitely played worse games I played Dark Castle on OTL, okay? Played Mario is Missing on OTL. Those games are terrible, terrible fucking games. Jack needs a Jane Asher. Would have definitely bumped it up a point right off the bat. 5 out of 10. Like, bingo, who knows if it's true, but that W quote is apparently the result of him not wanting a soundbite when he says shame on me. He knew what he was doing. He knew he was dying on stream, you know? He knew. Bingo, 6 and no turds. Love it. Oh, boys, I had a great time with you this morning. I had a wonderful time with you guys. Like, it was a really good time today. Like, let me see if we got any of our streamer friends. Let's see if any of our streamer friends are streaming right now. Like, let's see here. we Blue Hoodie Boy is streaming? All right, yeah, I'll give it to him. I'm not even following him yet. So, like, he just followed me today. I think he just followed me today. So I wasn't aware he exists. Is it all one word? Wait, I have it right here in my Streamlabs. Yeah, Blue Hoodie, but it is all one word. Okay, we're gonna send a raid on to Blue because he decided to hang out with us today. So we're gonna go ahead and send it to somebody. I would give it shout out to Gary Busey. I would give it to Moon. Normally I would give it to Moon. But I feel like I just rated Moon the other day, and I want to try to give it to somebody else. So we'll send it on to Blue Hoodie Boy, right? There it is. Bada bing. Exceptional, guys. Absolutely exceptional. There you go. 6 raid. Karsten programmed it in there. She got it. She got the raid message. There you go. Hit him with the 6 raid. A literal 6 raid. Guys, I had a great time with you. Again, we did a 5-hour stream today of just talking. Dorito chip. Of just talking. The red bag. Techie, thanks for the stream. 1,000 thanks for raiding me, brother. I am glad I scared off your 75 viewers. Big fan. All the red chips. Dogs probably won't work, but I'll try. I mean, you can go ahead and try it. Like, thanks for, nope. Thanks for sending me the raid, Techie. I appreciate you, brother. Like, by all means. Like, guys, if you want to see more of this chicanery, come on down to the Discord, where none of the magic happens. And stay tuned tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. EST or 1 p.m. UKT for the UKers. We're going to do a Just Chatting stream tomorrow morning, The Bro Down, with me and my brother, where we literally just talk. That's all we do. Just talk about whatever's happening in our lives, talk about whatever's on our mind, you know? And it has taken a form of all of its own, you know? Like, and I love it.